This is information ¡Que vivan los pueblos del ALBA! En la barca de mis sueños por la América Latina, me la paso navegando de México a la Argentina. Yo soy de esta tierra en donde nació Bolívar, la misma de San Martín, de Zapata y Pancho Villa. Yo soy de la tierra donde nació Policarpa, de la misma de Atahualpa, soy de Paraguay y Chile. Tras la barca de mis sueños va la estela del ayer, sobre un mar de fantasías donde la vida es más grata. Porque a veces sueño ir paseando por el Plata, oyendo una serenata con los tangos de Gardel. Porque a veces sueño ir paseando por el Plata, oyendo una serenata con los tangos de Gardel. Y cantar contigo siempre. Oye, cantar.
Este sí se escucha.
Y reír contigo siempre reír, mirando las cosas más bellas que tiene la vida. Cuando sueño en Brasil y cantar contigo siempre cantar y reír contigo siempre reír.
Escucha.
Mirando las cosas más
se
bellas
escucha el de Floriani, no se escucha este lado.
Cuando sueño en Brasil. Que vivan todos los países del mundo en unión solitaria y en amor verdadero.
¿Se escucha?
Como vuelo de gaviotas,
¿escuchas? Okay, el casco.
En la mágica ilusión voy mirando una piragua y al pico Bolívar convidando a la Concagua para bañarse en las aguas que lleva el Gran Paraná. Y el Gran Amazonas con sus encajes de tules que son bordones, caestules que nos da la inmensidad. Y cantar contigo siempre cantar y reír contigo siempre reír, mirando las cosas más bellas que tiene la vida. Cuando sueño en Brasil y cantar contigo siempre cantar y reír contigo siempre reír, mirando las cosas más bellas que tiene la vida. Cuando sueño en Brasil, cuando sueño en Brasil. ¡Upa! ¡Oropo! El maestro Juan Montoya y los pioneros del llano. Soy el último coplero del gran cajón araucano. La gente dice que ya no sale más cantaclaros. Yo parrandí en la baicera, banco al medio y mantecaña. De Caucao a Martillo.
¿Escuchas? ¿Me estás escuchando?
Unos me dicen cuñado y otros me dicen paisano. Me divierto en la sabana jalando ganado puertallo, jinete un potro en pelo y soy seguro enlazando. Yo soy un hombre tan criollo que nací en un vecindario. Yo parrandí en el Pedral, en el Primo y Mateguamo, cuando había caballo bueno y se conseguía orejano, que había pasto real en bruto y era Silverio el marrano, que se bebía el aguardiente, en la boca un nene sano, que las capoteras eran cuero de rey y venado, contrapunteo en el arpa y me sobra ante el contrario. Soy como el gallo gallino que cuando no gano entablo, y es por eso que yo digo siempre cuando estoy cantando que un coplero como yo, que ha nacido está mamando. Yo no sé por qué la pura parió, hombre, está mergatario. ¡Zumba! El maestro Juan Montoya y sus pioneros del llano. ¡Zúmbale, pues! Y la compañía del maestro Manuel Camero mucho cariño para todos ustedes. Gracias y que vivan los pueblos del ALBA. ¡Zúmbale, gordón! Y en el pueblo de Mantecal yo me la vivía cantando y comenzó a preocuparme la suerte de mis hermanos y me acordé de Bolívar y me sentí avergonzado. Su palabra dejó un grito al ver la patria sangrando. Seguimos siendo colonia después de 500 años. Su maestro Simón Rodríguez se lo vivía recordando, que si un pueblo no se educa, nada hacen con libertarlo, porque volvería a caer en manos de los extraños. Yo no me puedo explicar que existan venezolanos que permanecen tranquilos y están mirando a su lado, que atacan a los estudiantes y el pueblo se muere hambriado. Tienen que tomar conciencia el general y el soldado, el obrero de la fábrica y todo el campesinado, que no podemos seguir aquí de brazos cruzados, que los colosos del norte nos continúan acechando y parece que olvidamos que fuimos un pueblo bravo y en el nombre de Bolívar esas cadenas rompamos, porque quieren entregarnos a los norteamericanos. ¡Upa! ¡Feliz día para todos!
Thank you very much for this song and this presentation. We're going to give the floor to Carlos Ron, President of the Simon Bolivar Institute. Good morning, welcome all of you to this rebellious city, Caracas. Thank you to Cesar Gomez, pioneers of the plains. Thank you for this introduction of Venezuelan Latin American music with the spirit of our roots. Very much welcome on behalf of the Simon Bolivar Institute for Peace and Solidarity Among the Peoples and the Executive Secretariat of ALBA-TCP and the Bolivarian government, President Nicolas Maduro, supporting us in this meeting. We are very happy to have among us so many friends of Venezuela, of the world, of the fair causes of the world. We want you to feel at home and that we use this opportunity of work and meetings to build the horizons of common struggle to defend the flags of justice at this crucial moment where we are facing so many. Today, accompanying us on this occasion. We'd like to start with this spirit and the images of our great leaders so we can start this meeting. Again, welcome to to you all, to the rebellious Caracas. At its risk disappearance due to the destruction of the nature. Consumption society are responsible for the destruction of the environment. They were born of their own colonial metropolis and imperial policies that engendered poverty that is inflicted to society. We call upon the peoples of the earth, if nature, the destructive nature of capitalism, we are going to fight it, and we need to make sure that it obeys that. We cannot rest idle vis-a-vis destruction. We have witnessed deforestation. They have contaminated the air, the certification. They have weakened the ozone layer. They are altering the waters of the world. They are altering the climate conditions, and there are more waste that we can't process. And those who live on this planet in this imperial dictatorship, the capitalism should disappear and not men and nature, and we are forced to wage this battle against capitalism and to pave the way of liberation. Tomorrow will be too late to do what we should have done a long time ago. If not, the most marvelous creation of creation will disappear. Men will disappear from the face of the earth. We consider that this continent as in itself a revolution which is underway, and inexorably, by the laws of nature, needs to birth. Latin America is awakening. Latin America is rising up, and the peoples of Latin America will write the most proudly pages of the history of our continent. Long live Chavez. Next. We're going to give the floor to Jorge Arriaza, Executive Secretary of ALBA-TCP. Good morning. Welcome to you all to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, a free territory, a territory where socialism is under construction, and where all peoples are very much welcome. Since this is your homeland, as Martí said, humanity is our homeland, and humanity is gathered here today. From this, on behalf of this Executive Secretary of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of America, ALBA-TCP, from the Simon Bolivar Institute, we sent greetings, revolutionary greetings, on behalf of Nicolas Maduro Moros, The idea is to gather in Caracas under the leadership of the peoples, the leadership of social movements, of grassroots organizations, and under the inspiration of ALBA, to gather those who could present to this world, faced with so many difficulties, faced with this serious juncture, an alternative to the peoples. Only us will be able to do so. The Tricontinental has developed a concept, hyper-imperialism, premised on the idea that imperialism, the superior phase of capitalism, is losing control of its pillars, the productive pillar, who produces more in the world today. The financial pillar is just tumbling. The dollar is weakening, and then they have the military pillar, the technological pillar, and communicational pillar. So an imperialism declining that as an injured animal is attacking in order to prolong what is destined to disappear. In this situation, as Gramsci would say, it is there where monsters could appear. Monsters as those bombarding the Palestinian people. It is the monster of imperialism which is behind these atrocities, and only us, the peoples in the streets with the revolutionary governments expressing the will of those peoples, could contain these monsters and offer the world an alternative path. There is no time for mesquinery. The left sometimes have plunged into division, for personal divisions, for confrontations in different currents, as President Maduro says. However, we need to offer the world today a path to unite all those who want to be united in order to confront our main enemy, as paraphrasing Ho Chi Minh. This is the time to unite. Therefore, you have a document in your hands, the alternative, social world alternative. And one of the goals of this encounter is precisely that we can improve this document, and we need to adopt this document. So we have a minimum agenda of action. First, in the diagnostic of the monster and the decline and the dangers of imperialism at this juncture. But what else can we do regarding education, health, housing, culture, food? What peoples can do in order to make decisions to reach political power. Here we have a proposal. President Maduro has also adopted this proposal to be submitted to the peoples of the world. And if it is adopted in this meeting, well, in next week, the ALBA countries and governments can also adopt this document. In that fashion, we are going to have not only a tool and a few pages with some words, but rather a powerful weapon of massive destruction of capitalism and imperialism at this current historical moment. Feel at home. Feel in your homeland. As Carlos Ron said, here we have delegates for more than 60 countries. Although some people could not attend, even though they had their ticket. Some people were taken out of the planes because they were coming to Venezuela. However, nothing is going to stop us. This is the time for unity. We were discussing with the ALBA movement people. If you can stand up and raise your hands. As ALBA movement, other platforms present here, the International People's Platform, and others who have come. And it is our duty today to reach an agreement, but not only on the abstract ideological positions, but rather on the concrete actions. What are we going to do in Argentina, for instance? What are we going to do in Palestine? Dear brother Fadi, ambassador and diplomatic corps of ambassadors of ALBA-TCP, dear President Evo Morales Saima, present here today, thank you so much. How can we put a halt to Zionism? This cannot be done through the UN. This is not going to happen. We need to do it on the streets, mobilized, put in pressure with a commercial boycott. We need to have decisive measures to make sure that the decline of the empire will speed up. So, brothers and sisters of the world, this meeting, as we've seen already in the hotel, we have used this opportunity to embrace, to hug, and to join in our struggles, because as 200 years ago, the armies of Bolivar, these armies were made up by professionals and armed soldiers with fully ready for the battle. No, those armies were made of peasants, workers, artisans, who took up arms and chose the arms to battle led by a man and an idea. Simon Bolivar made those people, those men, when it was impossible to climb the mountains, mindful that many will die, mindful that going from here to the Nueva Granada to face the various battles in Boyacá, many of them will die because they were not ready for such a struggle. I didn't have the weapons to push out the Spaniards at that time. However, they still followed Bolivar, and that was a turning point in the history of the region. So that's the challenge that we are facing today. Commander Fidel Castro, Hugo Chavez, met on December the 14th, 1994. And a unity was born of symbiosis and complementation. And December 14th, 2004, 10 years later, they signed what it was known the alternative, Bolivarian alternative for the Americas, when the empire was proposing the ALCA process. And at that time, it was impossible. The FDA was impossible to stop it. But at that time, out of 34 countries present in the meeting for the ALCA project, the only one who raised to protest against that was Chavez. But then we finally rejected this project proposed by the United States. So today we need to bury for good all the weapons of capitalism. There will be also some moments of solidarity with Palestine. The Palestinian brothers and sisters of Palestine. With Jorge Glass, who has been kidnapped. Yesterday, the imperial forces tried to extort President Maduro and the people of Venezuela. Those who came to Venezuela in 2017, 19, 20, 22, they see the difference. I don't have to explain it to you. You see for yourself the evolution and the change in the country. However, they're trying to extort the government of Venezuela, the Venezuelan state, to force the Venezuelan government to do what Washington wants, to force our government to follow imperial orders, as if we were Milei in Patagonia, accepting the establishment of a military base. The president, as in the case of FTAA, President Maduro sent them to hell. Cuba, our sisterly nation, Cuba, the Sahrawi Republic, and so many others, and so many moments of solidarity. The just struggles should be permanent. There should be permanent mobilization. We might have tools. ALBA in the UN, with many friends, will be able to move forward in proposals. However, we cannot break the veto imposed by the empire there. It is on the streets. It is with concrete actions, as Chavez said in '94 when he left prison. It is through political power and all political spaces that we'll be able to change the world. Welcome to Caracas. Welcome to Venezuela. This is your home. Thank you very much to the Executive Secretary of ALBA-TCP for your kind words. Next, we have a presentation of dangers and threats of humanity by Atilio Borón from Argentina, Irene León from Ecuador, Rania Khalek from the US and Lebanon, and Ramon Grossfogel from Puerto Rico. Welcome.
Y mientras se acomoda el espacio para las ponencias,
while we set up the space for the presentations, we're going to give you 2 more songs from the Venezuelan plains. We will start with Cajón de Arauca Apureño.
Hace años que no te veo, Cajón de Arauca Apureño. Como te recuerdo así, óyelo bien con 100 leguas de por medio. Tus sabanas parejitas, con rebaños y vaqueros, cielo y palma cariñosos, juntándose allá a lo lejos. Mayo se cubre de verde, mayo se cubre de verde, y delirio sabanero, y vuela la garza blanca, y vuela la garza blanca, junta con los aguaceros. ¡Pumba! ¡Pajarillo! Pajarillo canta y vuela, mira que cuando tú cantas le das aliento a mi pena y pones mi pensamiento a volar por donde quiera, sintiendo cada día más amor por mi Venezuela, y por mis arterias corre una música altanera que despierta corazones, vibrante y quita flojera, igual que el amanecer de una mañana en mi tierra, con relincho de un caballo en la puerta becerrera, con el chillío de la soga en una cachilapera, como el polvo que levanta la inquieta cimarronera. Súmbele, maestro, los pioneros del llano y el maestro Juan Montoya. Maravilloso el maestro Manuel Camero y su conjunto. Ay, pajarillo que ayer tarde volabas por tu ribera, ¿por qué no vuelves de nuevo a trinar en tus praderas? Que yo también, pajarillo, cantaré hasta que me muera, tan solo por darle orgullo a mi música llanera, que la están desprestigiando con canciones extranjeras. Yo como patriota amigo y empuñando mi bandera, como pana defendió con esa danza certera, peleando noches y días sin dejarla que cayera. No hay tierra como mi llano pa' quien lo aprecia y lo quiera, donde se oye todavía el grito en la ranchera, la muchacha en la enramada meneando su cabellera, dos copleros frente a frente gritando una periquera, donde la copla florece igual que la primavera, bordones de arpa realenga, trochas de musa llanera. Que vivan los pueblos de América y del mundo en eterna unión y felicidad. Sigan disfrutando y saquen lo mejor de todas las naciones. Muchísimas gracias y mil bendiciones a todos.
1, 2, 3. Checking English, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Checking, sound check, testing English, testing English booth. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing sound from the booth. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, I have to check it with the technician. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing sound. We invite the speakers, please, to come up to the panel. Mr. Atilio Boron, Ms. Irene Leon, Ms. Rania Kalek, and Mr. Ramon Grossfagel. We also have Mr. William Castillo, who will be the moderator of the presentations. Good morning, everyone. We will start. Without further protocol, we will start with the debates, the analysis, and the encounter of ideas, as Commander Chavez used to say. And in this panel, we have the threats against humanity, using the metaphor and the quote by Secretary General of ALBA, regarding the monsters unleashed, the monsters of hatred, of war, of fascism, the monster of a climate emergency, the monsters of attack against social rights and the destruction of the state. And here we have an extraordinary panel to start with this encounter. Let me get my list. We have Ms. Irene Leon from Mexico, Mr. Atilio Boron from Argentina, and he's an unusual suspect in the case of these meetings. I correct myself, Irene is from Ecuador, Rania Kalek from US and Lebanon, and Ramon Grosfagel. He's also a philosopher who has reflected upon the intellectual task of decolonization of thinking in our continent. So let us start with Rania. She's a journalist. Currently, she's a producer, a presenter of alternative media in the US, Breakthrough News. She was an associate editor of Electronic Intifada, and she has written for The Nation, The Intercept, Al Jazeera, Bernese Authority, and Reported Faith, Salon Bites, among others. Welcome, Rania. You can use their podium if you wish.
There we go. Oh, now you can hear me. Hello, everyone. I'm Rania Kalek with Breakthrough News. I'm going to speak in English. I will try not to speak too fast. Hopefully you can understand me. I want to thank you for inviting me to participate in this very important gathering with so many incredible people. I'm really honored to get to be here. I came here from Beirut, Lebanon, where I live, and where every day we hear from the Israelis threats of genocide, that they want to take Lebanon back to the Stone Age, that they want to copy and paste Gaza onto Beirut. And they haven't been able to do that yet because Lebanon has a very strong resistance. But you know, probably everybody here in this room recognizes that US imperialism is the biggest threat to humanity. Gaza is how far they're willing to go. None of us are safe in this US-led order. It's a system led by greed, led by hate, and we're all killable in their hierarchy of humanity. This moment that we're in, this incredibly dangerous moment of hyper-imperialism, of this kind of imperialism on steroids, it seeks to destroy and punish anyone who refuses to submit to this current order that the US has created. And they're willing literally to carry out a genocide as punishment. They want to stop us, the people in this room, and other people who are like us around the world from building a better world and building a liberated world. And that is the biggest threat to humanity right now, in my opinion. What Western governments have called Israel's right to self-defense has so far resulted in 6 months of slaughter of over 30,000 Palestinians, overwhelmingly civilians, and overwhelmingly children. Israeli society is openly celebrating its crimes. They're proudly posting their genocide to social media. We're witnessing nothing short of a live-streamed Holocaust against the Palestinians of Gaza, and it's all supported by the imperialist West. And this egomaniacal, callous behavior of Israeli society, it's not an aberration. It's a reflection of what the West truly stands for. As Israel's genocide in Gaza reaches new heights of cruelty, we've all seen it, from the killing of premature babies to the execution of patients in hospitals and entire families in their homes. Many are wondering, why Western regimes who claim to be the leaders of the free and civilized and lawful world are enthusiastically supporting the belligerent annihilation of Gaza. It seems like they've gone crazy. They're willing to destroy this order that they've worked so hard to create, all to protect Israel. They're even willing to provoke a regional war with Iran and possibly a nuclear war All to protect Israel. So what do they gain? We know that Israel is their weapon in the Middle East. And I want to be clear, we shouldn't fall for this lie that it's Israel or some sort of Jewish lobby that runs US policy. That's not how it works. The Israel lobby is just an arm of the US military-industrial complex that helps reinforce imperialism in the region. Just like Joe Biden said, if there weren't an Israel, America would have to create one. That's why they arm Israel to destroy Gaza and bomb Iran's embassy in Syria and mow down international law to secure American interests in the region. And we know that global North leaders are racist. They don't see Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims. They don't see the people of Latin America or Asia, in the words of Joseph Borrell, what he would call the jungle people. They don't see us as human. But I think the most important thing to understand about October 7th and what it's meant in terms of dangers to humanity is that it posed a threat to the Western imperialist project. What Palestinians did in the Al-Aqsa flood operation struck fear into the hearts of Western leaders. Joe Biden and Ursula von der Leyen and Anthony Blinken, they don't take kindly to indigenous people in the so-called jungle shooting at their precious garden, and Israel is one of their gardens. The West is backing the Gaza onslaught as part of a genocidal drive, not just against Palestinians, but against the oppressed people of the global South. They're sending a message that this is what happens if you dare to strike back against their rotten, colonial, capitalist, hyper-imperialist system. Israel versus Gaza is the global North versus the global South, and everyone feels it. The imperialists have created a world where this small group of ruling elites, led by the US, very effectively steals from the global South to maintain their hoarded wealth. And if this system collapses, they lose everything. They're desperate to prevent people like us from building a better world. That's why they sanction. That's why they overthrow people like former Bolivian president Evo Morales. That's why they attempted to overthrow Nicolas Maduro. That's why they kill babies in Gaza. That's why they destroy hospitals and create famine. They literally shorten lifespans as a matter of policy to maintain imperialism. This system is so parasitic, they're willing to destroy the world if it means preventing the collapse of imperialism. So I really want everyone to look at Gaza as a microcosm of just how far they're willing to go. Let's not forget Gaza, in addition to being a concentration camp turned death camp, it's also a laboratory where Israel and its Western backers can test the most brutal methods of domination and control on those marked as unpeople. The people of Gaza were marked for death a long time ago. They were put on a diet and placed under siege and subjected to carpet bombing campaigns every few years, each one worse than the next. Those methods of domination and control, they've been exported around the world to be used on other marginalized populations to uphold this dangerous imperialist order. We should consider this context when we're watching the annihilation of Gaza. As we enter, we're entering an era of climate disaster and a crisis of capitalism, combined with a gradual decline of US empire, the most violent empire in the history of the world, which is terrified of the rise of China, of a more assertive Russia, and it's willing to risk nuclear war to prevent that. And I want to say something about China. Let's not forget, China is their primary adversary, and in the Middle East, resistance specifically, it wouldn't exist at this scale were it not for the economic rise of China. The resistance axis that receives funding and arms from Iran is possible because of China. China's existence as an economic powerhouse that refuses to abide by US sanctions allows the Iranian economy to continue to function in a way it otherwise couldn't due to US sanctions. And the same goes for Russia. And a similar dynamic plays out around the world. China's existence in this way makes it harder for the US to strangle countries that don't behave. The US knows this. So back to October 7th. October 7th triggered the West's worst anxieties. A bunch of brown people in the global South shot back at their plantation owners. They aren't only practicing high-tech methods of obliterating a population, they're setting a new precedent. In the near future wars of imperialism, it'll be hard to match up to the horrors of Gaza. And as long as it's not as bad as Gaza, maybe it will be tolerated. They're expanding the goalposts of their barbarity. Even now, we're all seeing Gaza and saying it's worse than Iraq. It makes Iraq seem somehow tolerable by comparison. We have to resist this conditioning. We should also be aware of the internal repression. This is a mask-off moment for the imperialist West. All of the sociopathic narcissism that underpins this dystopian global order they've created is on display right now. They've made a mockery of international law and killed any pretense of the freedom and democracy they claim to stand for as they turn inward and repress their own populations from dissenting against the shocking aggression on Gaza. The overwhelming majority of citizens across the global north support a ceasefire. Yet this isn't reflected at all in their leadership, and they see it. Professors are being threatened with being fired or actually being fired. Students are getting suspended. Protesters are being arrested. Some of them are in this room right now who've been arrested in the US for protesting against the genocide in Gaza. And we all saw what happened in Germany recently when a conference was shut down before it even started. The anti-democratic nature of this rotten system is laid bare for all of us to see right now. And the more people in the global north who stand against this barbaric settler colony, the more that rise up, the more repression tactics will be used to suppress popular opposition against all of this. This is where the left is crucial as an organizing force and a radicalizing force. It's a huge opportunity for the left right now. And before I wrap, I want to talk about the resistance on the ground in the Middle East where I live. Starting with Yemen, the poorest country that just survived its own genocide, which was led by the Saudis and the US. While the rich Gulf monarchies normalize with Israel and humiliatingly do nothing for Gaza, and in some cases even help the Israelis avoid being hit by Iranian drones, the poorest country in the region, Yemen, has been blocking ships in the Red Sea, exacting material consequences to pressure the US, Israel, and the UK to stop this genocide. And they're getting bombed and sanctioned and designated as terrorists for it, but they don't care, because this is a moral duty for them to resist imperialism. In Lebanon, in Iraq, in Syria, popular political and military formations are standing up to Israel and the US in solidarity with the resistance in Gaza. And they face similar consequences, but they do it anyway, because they understand that liberation means sacrifice.
Sai.
Is that for me?
Me estoy muriendo de
Okay,
hambre.
South Africa and Nicaragua, they're taking the case to the ICJ against Israel and Germany.
No,
I
pero
don't
no hay
want to sit
nadie.
here and,
No hay nadie.
overinflate how
Usted-
successful the resistance has been, but it's important that people don't seem to be scared of Israel anymore. Iran fired 300 missiles at Israel just last week, and Israel needed 4 countries to help protect it from those missiles. I also, though, don't want to ignore the loss in Gaza. The loss in Gaza is huge, it's devastating, it crushes the soul and breaks the heart. In Gaza, though, every single day, the resistance fights the Israelis and exacts casualties under the most difficult circumstances imaginable, because they understand, again, that liberation means sacrifice. It always has. Look at Algeria, look at South Africa, look at Haiti, look at Cuba. We can't let these babies in Gaza die in vain. We can't return to the status quo. They want us to believe, one last thing I want to say, they want us to believe that opposing genocide is actually an act of anti-Semitism. There's nothing anti-Semitic about opposing genocide. In fact, they're the anti-Semites. The imperialists don't care about Jews. They never have. They're using Judaism as a shield, a human shield for imperialism in the Middle East. What's more anti-Semitic than that? This really is the US-led West against the global South. They say we need to be civilized, but it's the Western world that needs civilizing, because their barbarism is a threat to our security, to the security of everyone in this room, and to the sustainability of humanity. We know the West, even with its waning power, is well organized and ideologically in sync. So the question becomes, can the South and its allies in the West confront this moment? Because what happens in Palestine won't stay there. The horrors we're witnessing are a lens into what they have planned for their adversaries, for people like us in the future. So we need to get organized, and it really is socialism or barbarism, and I think everyone in this room is well placed to figure out how best to address that. So free Palestine, free the world. Thank you.
Gracias, Rania Calé, por tu visión desde la cercanía de lo que está pasando en Palestina, en Gaza, esa visión de un enfrentamiento y se está expresando la guerra entre el norte global contra el sur global. Estamos asistiendo al primer genocidio en vivo y directo de la historia de la humanidad, porque se pretende de alguna manera normalizar la muerte y la muerte de los pueblos, la muerte masiva, las matanzas como un hecho que debemos aceptar. Bueno, yo les tengo una noticia antes de continuar con nuestro panel. En breves minutos vamos a tener aquí una invitada que es la vicepresidenta ejecutiva de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, que se va a incorporar al panel, la doctora.
Is going to join us in this panel. She's going to join us, but since she is so close to Atilio, she wants to listen to Atilio first, and then we'll see if when she can join us, so she can follow Atilio's words. We're going to use this pause in order to wait, to talk about something you know well, namely this is just an advertisement by the anti-blockade organ. Yesterday, the United States did not renew a license, which is the true license that they lifted. It is the license to do business with Venezuela in the oil sector. But this is the only license which is important, because the other ones prevent Venezuela from conducting business with any country. So this was a blackmail used to make sure that the Venezuelan branches of power take decisions that favor the United States, and manipulating the Barbados agreement, lying about this agreement. I was a witness to that agreement, and there it was never said that all candidates could be allowed to participate. Well, these people went to the Supreme Court in order to contest the fact that they cannot participate in the elections. And, well, it is a sovereign decision of the High Tribunal. So Venezuela is not violating the agreements of Barbados. As the head of this delegation in Barbados said, it is the United States that have failed to comply with its commitments. So they did not renew this a license, and it is a blackmail against all companies that want to come to Venezuela. However, luckily, it is no longer 2017, 2018, or 2019. Today, we are in 2024, and Venezuela has been able to recover its economy. Venezuela has rejoined with growth the oil production that dropped 90%. Today is 1/3 of what it was in 2015. We are producing close to 100,000 barrels a day, which is little when you compare to 2015, 2016. However, it is a lot if you compare this with the 300,000 barrels a day that we were producing because of the UCM. Therefore, the U.S. could say whatever it wants, but they cannot blackmail, condition a sovereign state to make decisions, political decisions that correspond to their local branches of power. So you are going to see this today and tomorrow. And Atilio is a frequent visitor to Venezuela, and many of you have come before. And you can see that this is a this an electoral process which is peaceful. There are 12 candidates who have been registered, who are being nominated, and the people of Venezuela can vote. There are 600,000 new voters registered in the roll. We are not preventing people to register. No, no, the people, new people have registered. They are new voters, and the role is been it's been improved and updated. Therefore, all the audits, more than 20 audits conducted in the electoral system have been conducted with the political parties. We have invited UN, the European Union, the electoral experts of the region. Venezuela is therefore fulfilling the Barbados timetable. And this timetable, you cannot hear? You can hear me now? Okay. So they bring observers. There is a noise. You are going to hear me? Okay.
The Venezuelan people vote, and they vote who they want to vote for. What we cannot allow, and what the Venezuelan government and President Nicolas Maduro has not allowed, is the foreign intervention and to give public orders. If you do not enable this person, you will be sanctioned. If that is the cost, the Venezuelan people has already paid for this. And the sanctions are not going to have in Venezuela the same impacts that they had in 2017, 2018, and 2019, because in fact, during those years, they damaged greatly our economy, our income, the salaries of workers, and public services, because we were not able to import medical equipments. We will not be able to purchase turbines for the power system. They blocked over $22 million in the financial system. Today, 29 banks have frozen money from Venezuela. So we already lived that attack. We suffered from this attack, and we overcame this attack with the productive efforts and the heroic resistance, as well as the consciousness and the dignity of the people of Simon Bolivar. And that is a reality, that is a truth. So with this brief pause, I apologize for this, of course. I will give the floor to Dr. Atilio Baron while we wait for the Vice President. You have the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today with you. And I'd like to thank you for this kind invitation to the Simon Bolivar Institute and the Venezuelan authorities who have organized this encounter where more than 60 nations have been taking part. So they have answered this invitation from the homeland of Bolivar and Chavez. So today the empire is trying to divide us, as Raima said in her presentation, and she talked about the censorship in the US and all the attacks in the US. And today there's a strong criticism against the US. In Europe, for instance, those in Europe who dare to talk about against the empire, who talk about the NATO, they are forbidden from talking to the media. My colleagues, close friends, who have YouTube channels, who give alternative news to those of the official media, and well, they are criticized, and the channels have been shut down. They cannot monetize the YouTube channels. This stage of our history is very serious. We have talked about imperialism as an injured beast. It is indeed an injured beast. However, this is not the end of the empire. This could take some time before the beast to die. This is going to end. Otherwise, as Fidel said, that we heard at the beginning of this conference, this video was marvelous because in a few minutes they said all that has to be said regarding the situation. And please, we need to disseminate this video. I'm obsessed, as you know, that because it is not enough to talk. We need to be digital warriors because the war is waged in the media, in the digital world. Otherwise, we continue to be a victim of the empires because the main media, they do not want to inform. They lie in a scandalous fashion. So our militancy in the networks, in the media, in the social media are of the essence. If you post something, we can have 50 likes, or but you have to continue posting in the social media. And in the World Network in Defense of Humanity, in the Argentinian chapter, we are committed to promote this activity in the alternative networks because it's the only way to fight the empire at this very decisive phase. They are mindful that the empire cannot last. And this has been clearly said. Economically, as Jorge said, the productive capacity of the US is declining, and goods production, if you compare it to China. China is the workshop of the world. Most of the products that we have here have been manufactured in China. What is the US manufacturing? I'm trying to ask, as some US analyst says, only chips are the bonds and the stakeholder, the shares. That's all they produce because it is a parasitic economy, just complying with what Lenin said. One of the traits of capitalism is that instead of producing goods, they produce financial speculations. Therefore, China is moving forward strongly. China is a great producer of goods and services. Any form of measurement that we use, in 3-4 years, Chinese economy is going to be the largest in the world. And today is the economy with the highest level of international relations. China is the first commercial partner, financial partner, and investor of 144 countries, which is unimaginable. And the U.S. at the apogee of its of power didn't obtain. So there is a process of de-dollarization, and also there is a technological lagging in the U.S. regarding new information technologies. 20 years ago, in 2000, I was conducting a study. Well, China was graduating 200,000 students from colleges in computing sciences. And the US was graduating around the same. They were at the same level. Today, China is graduating 1.7 million young people in computing sciences, and the US still graduates only 200,000. That's why there is a difference in the field of these new technologies. And technologies apply to the daily life, not only cellular phones and cameras. The US today has not been able to develop a fast train network. The high-speed trains have been developed in China. I was in China, and I was marveled by the speed of these high-speed trains. 1,000 kilometers in just 4 hours because of these high-speed trains. Trains that go at 300 kilometers and 400 kilometers per hour with air conditioning and with internet, etc. And it's amazing. You don't feel the speed. It's amazing technology. You can work easily in those trains. And I remember a few years ago to go from Boston to Washington which is a similar distance. It was like 9 or 10 hours in train in the US. So the technological gap is huge. Faced with this, the US, since has lost its gravitation in Asia, and now we are going to welcome our dear friend, Delcy Rodriguez, who's just arriving. Welcome, the Executive Vice President of the Republic, Delcy Rodriguez Gomez. Very much welcome, madam. Let's proceed. Our Vice President wants to listen to Attilio talking about the high-speed trains. Thank you. It's an honor to have Delcy with us. Well, I was saying the US has lost its gravitation in Asia because China's presence is so impressive. They have lost influence even in India. India, which will become the third economy of the world, it has lost presence in the whole region of Central Asia. It is absent from Africa. Europeans have lost the power they have over the former colonies in the region. The US is militarizing the relation between the US and what they call the neighborhood. You used to call us the backyard, and they used to talk about the Western Hemisphere. Now the language they're using, referring to us, and which is setting the policy vis-a-vis our region, which is the Southern Command, Mrs. Richardson, they say, this is our neighborhood. That's the way they deal with us. And they have said, in a very provocative manner, ahead of the 200 years of the Monroe Doctrine in December, this lady visited and she toured some of our countries saying, well, we need to preserve our neighborhood. And she said this, she used these words. And she said, we have, in this neighborhood, we have lived in harmony for 200 years, she said. And this is a very wealthy neighborhood where we have all we need. We have water, we have oil, we have gas, we have minerals, we have rare earth, lithium, and capacity to feed 1 billion people. We need to preserve our neighborhood. That's what she said. The Bolivian lithium, the lithium in Chile and Argentina. Well, she considers that lithium belongs to the US. And the Venezuelan oil, of course, we are standing on the largest oil reserve on earth. It's amazing, far higher than the Saudi Arabia's reserves. And Matisse said already this, when he said that the Americans, they could believe in barbarian law. And these guys are using barbarian law. They say this is ours and we take it. So our danger in this international juncture is how to defend us against this brutal offensive supporting regrettably on the current government of Argentina. They have renounced to BRICS and with a position which is contrary to our interests, and the Minister of Defense have requested to be member of NATO, and it is crazy. These guys are crazy. NATO has bases in the Malvinas Islands, in the Falklands, and NATO will never, and the British are not going to renounce to that island. So this invasion is so serious, and and it is not only exclusively in Argentina. You can see this in other countries. The idea, well, our future, the best future we must have, is to be an associated state of the American Union. Remember what Sebastián Piñera said with Trump. Piñera went to visit Trump, and he folded the flag saying, look at Chile, with the Chilean flag at the 51st flag of the US. And if we do not stop Milei, and we are working hard on that, we are working on getting rid of Milei, Milei could take our son, the son of the Argentina's flag, is a tribute to the original people of Argentina, well, and put a star and do as Piñera did and offer the country to the US. So he is going to offer Argentina to the US, and we are going to become member of NATO. And NATO is being considered as the largest criminal organization in the world, as Chavez Fidel said. And now they want to expand NATO to China and then provoke a war with Taiwan. So the US have realized that the time has come. This is a decisive moment where they have to do whatever it takes for neither China nor Russia or Iran have any influence on Latin America. And that's what they have been saying. All the visitors who came to Argentina recently said so. They said, out China, out with Iran, out with Russia. These are evil actors of the international community. This is the language they're using. They could say we are enemies, but they say evil actors. So the idea is to destroy Russia, to bleed Russia, and then to attack China. This plan is going to fail totally, as failed the plan to kneel down Russia. Russia, on the contrary, is prospering more than Europe, with despite the 15,000 unilateral coercive measures punishing everything against Russia, private sector, public sector, any type of initiatives. And despite all that, the Russian economy is working much better than the rest of the economy. So that plan is going to fail. The Ukraine war is lost. That's why they intensify their support to Netanyahu and the murderous campaign of genocidal campaign. And as I said before, and of course I attracted many insults of the Zionist, Hitler perpetrated the Holocaust of the Jewish people with the complicity of the press and the democratic society of the West. They knew what was going on in Germany. They knew they were killing massively the Jews, and they remained silent. Today we have the same situation. What they are saying? Well, they accuse Hamas, they accuse Palestinians, they said Iran is a terrorist state. Now, we wonder, how many universities Iran destroyed? How many peoples were massacred by the Iranian people? How many hospitals were destroyed by the Iranian government? How many? None. Now, how many people died, assassinated by the Israeli forces? 35,000 perhaps, according to Raina, and 15,000 of those are children, plus those who are under the rubble in Gaza, and they think that 8,000 people are lying behind the rubble. So who did that? Israel. Who is the terrorist state? Iran is the terrorist, according to the media. However, the other ones perpetrated those crimes. Iran cannot be accused of those crimes. This is a great battle against these lies. And Israel destroyed close to 600 schools. They bombarded the schools, hospitals, universities, cities, and they dislodged them from Gaza. The type of policy they are implementing, and of course, international bodies, and I'm closing a little bit, the international bodies and international law, it is a legality that doesn't use, it's not useless to stop this genocide, because who is persecuting the international court? Is Putin. They blame Putin. Interpol is looking for Putin because international court of justice is accusing Putin of crimes. Do they have any measure against Netanyahu? No, because the ICJ, as many other bodies created after the Second World War, they respond to U.S. desires. So they have to persecute Iran, and Netanyahu could continue killing people without problem. And there is no punishment against Netanyahu, and the ICJ does nothing in this regard. So we are facing this very crucial moment. It is a turning point. As many people said, the domination of the West on the planet is over, a domination that has lasted for 500 years. And very recently there was a meeting in Russia precisely on multipolarity. In this meeting, there were 130 countries present in that conference, repudiating the imperialist policies and proposing and the important role Russia is playing. And I would like to stress this because sometimes people do not realize this. The important role Russia is playing in the international community. The fear of Biden of the Middle East conflict to escalate, that could be an all war in between Iran and Israel, has to do with the fact that at that moment there will be a single head of state that could call for peace, and that head of state is Putin, because the only one with relations both with Tehran, the Iran government, and with Netanyahu, is the only one having embassies on both countries. The United States cannot convene the Iranian leaders because they say they are criminals, they are thieves, they're terrorists, and so on. So the concern is that if this war escalates and Putin obtains a renewed power, it's going to be a nightmare for the U.S. because for 30 years Russia is in war, is at war. Russia is at war since the end of the Soviet Union, when the first document appeared saying that we need to bleed Russia out, we need to fragment Russia in 15 states. There is Paul Wolfowitz said this very clearly, that Russia had to be fragmented. And since he failed, they provoked the Ukrainian war. The military occupation in Ukraine is not an invasion, it's the response vis-a-vis a provocation. And this has been said by some of the most known analysts. Meschmeyer has said Russia is responding to an aggression that we conducted. When we pushed the NATO borders, and we swore never to do that, but however we pushed the NATO borders towards Russia, except for Belarus and Ukraine. These borders were pushed. They were thinking that they will conquer Russia, but they failed. Same thing, sanctions against Venezuela. Today, Venezuelan economy is far better than the Argentinian economy that has not the victim of any blockade or UCM. Delcy, you have 1,000 measures against, almost 1,000 UCM against your country, and your economy is far better than the Argentinian economy, although we have the blessing of the empire. Cuba has resisted 65 years of blockade. There is no antecedent to this. I've been reviewing the universal history of empires. There is not a single example of an empire that have besieged a region, a city, during such a long period of time, such as the case of the US against Cuba. Cuba is standing with many problems, with very serious problems, aggravated for some reasons, because it is an island. It is far more vulnerable to the pressures of the empire. But that's the policy they want to, for us, Nicaragua, Venezuela, all of those who dare to raise the flags of unity and independence and govern for the happiness of the people. And that's our obligation. So we are going through tough times, aggravated by the climate collapse. Not only the crisis, it is a collapse of climate. The imperialism and capitalism have destroyed the environment. Sometimes there will no way back, but there is a new constellation of international powers where the US cannot do what it wants. No place on earth, not even in Latin America, the region where they felt comfortable and with freedom, and even extraterritorial powers were acting very careful because it's difficult to enter this region. This is a territory belonging to the US, and that is how the other powers sees us. Therefore, they are very careful, very tentative. However, they are helping us. They are helping us, and Mrs. Richardson, the head of the Southern Command, wants to push them back. Push China, Iran, and Russia from here, so they have no influence, because they know that they are providing stability, the popular government in the region, that they need their support in order to withstand the unilateral coercive measures, brutal measures that violate international law, because no one in the UN Charter has given these people the right to sanction, to punish countries. This is a policy of brutal force. It has nothing to do with international law. Therefore, we need to fight against this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this analysis of world geopolitics. Now we will give the floor to the Executive Vice President of the Republic, Minister of Economy, Finances, Foreign Trade, and Director of all the great missions of our country. The last one, the great Venezuela Mujer mission. Thank you very much, dear William. On behalf of President Nicolás Maduro, I would like to welcome you, all of our brothers, sisters, and friends of Venezuela. But they are mainly militants for humanity. And these points, dear Atilio, that we have had to address the dangers and the threats against humanity is placed in the agenda of today. Greetings to President Evo Morales joining us today, the ambassadors from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, our brothers from Cuba, Palestine, recognition, honor, and glory to the martyrs of Palestine, the ambassador from Nicaragua. I would like to put in context what is happening in the world today and what has convened us to this meeting today, to think of an alternative. Greetings, Abel. It is very good to see you in your homeland. Something that convinces us is our great concern, the concern for the threats posed against humanity today. If you were to ask me what is the greatest threat against humanity today, I would say that it is capitalism, because the great evils, the great challenges come from capitalism. And I wanted to bring you some data regarding the climate emergency. But this climate emergency that is threatening today the very existence of humanity is the result of this predation model, of this economic model of capitalism and the imperialist development of this model. If you see the evolution of the CO2 emissions, I don't know if we can see it here on the screen, we have an exponential growth of those emissions. We have 2022, the emissions for 2022. In the last centuries, we have seen the greatest developments of capitalism. In 2023, we had the hottest year in the history of the planet. I would not want to be apocalyptic, but we have some data to understand this juncture, to reflect upon this, and to have a future for our peoples. We also see the increase on the sea levels, almost 10 centimeters above the levels of 1993. This results in flooding and many other adverse consequences. And at the same time, we also have the pollution of the oceans. You know that in the oceans, we have the exchange between CO2 and oxygen. And oceans today cannot breathe. And if the oceans cannot breathe, of course, human beings will not be able to breathe because we will not have that exchange between CO2 and oxygen. Now we have the socio-economic effects of this climate emergency. We have the displacement of whole populations. We can see that today. We have the decrease in the productivity of crops, the increase in the price of basic foods, the increase of poverty, the propagation of diseases due to the increase of temperatures, a worsening of access to clean water, more wars to access limited resources, loss of capacity of work due to heats, and high costs of adaptation in coastal areas. We see that the small island developing countries will be greatly affected when we project the risk of climate change. You can see that the global south is going to be the most affected region, and the main country, Puerto Rico. The second one, Burma. The third one, Haiti. Haiti. But was the global south the one that caused this emergency, or was it the north that didn't care about crossing the limits, that did not care about respecting the crucial standards and regulations of nature for the concentration and the growth of capital, in the prejudice of human life? Today, we are paying for this, but they will pay for this as well. So they say that this is a shared responsibility, and in the South, we say no. There is a differentiated responsibility, but not a shared one, because we were not the ones who caused this, but we will be the victims of that model. Then we look at the evolution of ice in the Arctic. We see that we have lost practically half of the ice plates. In 1980, 7.67 million square kilometers. In 2020, 4 million square kilometers. This is the thawing of the poles, and this is why we have an increase of the sea levels. By 2050, it is projected that the world population will be over 9 billion, and we will need over 70% of the food that we produce today. But we already saw the cycle of socio-economic effects of the climate emergency. So this is a reason of concern. Another important point, I'm just providing some data, so we go back to the main point that capitalism is the main threat. So we have a world in war, as Attilio said. When we look at the map, we see all the armed conflicts. Russia is at war, as Attilio also said. This war was provoked by NATO for disrespecting and threatening the limits of Russia, for breaking with the Minsk agreements. The rupture of international law gives way to these armed conflicts. We all know the situation in the Middle East, in Africa. In our hemisphere, the long-standing conflict has been Colombia, over 70 years in conflict. And there is a conflict that they are already projecting. Imperialism is already projecting this conflict, which is the Essequibo region. That is why Venezuela has been very firm to denounce that this is not only about the spoilage and the theft of the Venezuelan territory, 15% of this territory, but this is the wild card to promote and to incite an armed conflict in this hemisphere. This is a map that was drawn by the Institute of International Relations. We already see the follow-up of this potential conflict for the Essequibo territory. And the Guyana governments have been at the service of giving away those energy resources that belong to Venezuela to the great hegemonic powers of the world, particularly to ExxonMobil. And you should know that ExxonMobil, and it has been written this way in the book by the former Minister of Natural Resources of Guyana. He explains the whole process of the signature of contracts for ExxonMobil, starting in 2015, when they went to the UN to lie to the Secretary General, saying that they were in a process of good offices. They were already in plans with the US and with ExxonMobil to take the case to the International Court of Justice. Why do they want to take the case to the ICJ? Because they want to validate the fraud of 1899 that robs Venezuela of this territory. And they have full confidence that the judgment will be favorable for them. And we have said the court that we mistrust this judgment. And not only because what they have done with Venezuela, but because of what happened with Palestine, where a group of countries went to the ICJ to ask for provisional measures and the immediate ceasefire to this genocide in Gaza, and they said nothing. For them, it is not important. Of course, we mistrust this court that has been instrumentalized by the Western powers. And we have warned that Venezuela will not only not recognize the courts, but it will not respect or execute the judgments of these courts. This is very clear. And the government of Guyana that today wants to promote an armed conflict within this hemisphere to satisfy ExxonMobil and the US, they only have one way, which is the way of negotiation according to international law and the Geneva agreements. Ms. Richardson goes to Guyana very frequently. The former boss of the CIA, Pompeo, they will all to Guyana. But why? There is a report by the State Department, and they mentioned Venezuela as a threat to Guyana. Therefore, they need to provide cooperation and support in the form of military equipment, in the form of training, and in the form of troops to make Guyana a great base, military base for the Southern Command and for the US in a territory that belongs to Venezuela. So it is not by chance that here in number 4 in our hemisphere, they have these potential conflicts in the Essequibo territory because they are already structuring these conflicts. And the Guyana government is a puppet of the US to provide all the resources for this. And this is a warning by Venezuela, and we will not tire until we give this warning. What will this mean for our region, for the Caribbean, and armed conflict in this territory? If we look at the military expenditure, we have the US at the head of this expenditure. This is the percentage of the GDP. Can you see it? In billions of dollars. The US is the leader. Then we have China, India, the United Kingdom, Russia, France. But a world that is, or the US, is providing such an important part of the budget to war, to prepare for war. Another terrible effect is inequality. Inequality is a real threat against humanity. That is also resulting from the model. And our hemisphere is the most unequal hemisphere. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most unequal territory in the world. That is why the response to this model has to come from our region. And I say this modestly. This should be a response for organization, coordination, That is why we celebrate your presence here today and what it means for us, because our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, is one of the most unequals in the world. Yesterday we saw a video in which Biden was saying very jokingly something that was very shameful, that Mr. Milei gave them Argentina for nothing, for free, as they like it, as Trump used to say. Why should we pay for the oil to Venezuela if we can take it? And Biden said, well, we need to teach Milei because he's giving us everything for free. Former President Abel, we are in a complete demoralization time. And it is a danger that this type of people come to power. We're coming from Bolsonaro, from Macri, from Piñera governments. What President Nicolas Maduro has called sicarios of Latin America and the Caribbean, because they came here to use this land as the backyard of the US and to honor the Monroe Doctrine. And lastly, we have fascism. Look at this monedero. Here we have the fascist ideology network that was born in Europe. We have identified in 23 countries, and this is the Rosa Luxemburgo Foundation. We have identified 624 leaders, parties, organizations of fascist ideology. There is not a single country in Europe that doesn't have a legal party or a legal movement of a neo-fascist, neo-Nazist ideology. And of course, this is scary. But if you ask me, where are we seeing the worst fascist situation? It is in Palestine. That is why the Palestinian people deserves our honor, our recognition, honor and glory to the martyrs of Palestine. We know that we have over 30,000 dead people, and most of them children and women. There is a very clear policy of extermination of the present and the future of the Palestinian people. And in open statements, in several statements, for an investigator it should not be difficult to certify that a genocide is happening in Palestine, because they have declared it so. The way they pursue children to kill them, how the artificial intelligence is designing very clear targets of children and women to murder them. Artificial intelligence is being used for the extermination of a people. And here, there is not international criminal court. This is only for Russia and for Venezuela, for those who are not submitted to the designs and the mandates of the West. And another instrument of this model is to annihilate the hope of humanity through a design of a very well thought out social media, where the algorithms have been designed, as they have said, to cause sadness, to cause despair, to normalize killings, to normalize wars. It is the denial of the human being to break with the identity of the peoples. This is what is at the forefront as the first troops that arrive to invade countries. Social media today are at the service of the annihilation of cultures, of identities, of historical dignities, to create despair in humanity. And that's why I said that I say that with modesty what is going on here in Venezuela, as Atilio said. Unilateral coercive measures that have been applied against Russia, Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, among others, today are 33% of the world that have been illegally sanctioned with a very clear objective, which is to take hold of the resources of those countries, to change the regime, to extort. And what happened yesterday with the famous License 44 here in Venezuela is just an example of that supremacy of fascism, because they believe they are superior. Some countries are superior to others. That is the imperialist concept. That is a delusion of imperialism that is inserted into the fascist ideology. They want to govern Venezuela through licenses. They want to govern Venezuela by saying, well, should I approve or not approve this company that is going to invest in Venezuela? We laughed. Of course, this is indignant, but we also laugh because this is an example of not only the level of immorality of the government, but also of stupidity, because they think that these people that is being so firm against this criminal blockade, that has overcome the difficulties, if they think that we can surrender for a license, they don't know our history, our process of independence. And they also forget about the present as well, because they create a puppet government. In 2019, they used a stupid congressman. They said it was the president of Venezuela, and some countries supported this, some European countries. And they said that it was the president. Well, you know what happened. There were a lot of memes after the death of the Queen of England. He said that Mr. Guaido was also the King of England. And yes, some funny things have come as a result of this. And of course, this is funny, but it was a tragedy of this country because they used that fake government to say that they could take hold of the gold that is in the Bank of England, and then they couldn't give it back to Venezuela because they would recognize Guaido as the president. And 5 years later, of course, we see the failure of this. They say, well, we don't know exactly what is the real government of Venezuela. The International Monetary Fund, when the COVID-19 happened, they said, well, we don't know what is the real government of Venezuela. In the US, they said that the government of Venezuela is the one recognized by the White House, and therefore they gave billions and billions that belong to Venezuelans to this moron who self-proclaimed as president of Venezuela. He was a criminal. This was a strategy to take hold illegally of the Venezuelan resources. And this was joined by this policy, this illegal policy of unilateral coercive measures. And our first response was to create the anti-blockade law, to de-recognize that jurisdiction because it was against international law. And the priority is the Venezuelan law. And if they want to know what is the real government, they can come to Venezuela so that you see the real governments. Because here, the government belongs to the people. So what happened yesterday, yes, it was funny. And they did threaten us until midnight, as if it were Cinderella. The license is over. Yes, it was a little funny. Of course, this is going to have consequences. An economic blockade is going to have consequences, but it will never, never stop Venezuela. Venezuela will not be stopped by gross and barbaric empires. And we said, when they came here with this rudeness, we said, no, you can keep it. And they took it weirdly because on their mind, as we have seen, they think they are in a Disney movie. But we said, we are not interested in that. We are not interested in those licenses. Because in some of the negotiations, and I'm not lying, they have offered us visas to go to Orlando, to Disney World. They have offered that. And sometimes we have reported this to the presidents. This is a little weird, these kind of things they offered us. the visa to go see Mickey Mouse. And there we see the level of precariousness, of cultural and mental precariousness, of historical ignorance, and it is concerning. It is concerning that people who think like that have such an effect in the world and in humanity. That is why this network of Friends of Humanity gathered here in Venezuela to give a response to those who want to extort the Venezuelan people are the hope of humanity. In us lays the hope of humanity, and I say this with humility. We have the hope of humanity in Cuba, which has resisted decades of blockade, and that serves as an example for the peoples of the world. We have the hope of the world in the people of Palestine. So much cruelty, so much perversion, so much criminality, and these people have never surrendered defending their rights, their historical rights. And the Venezuelan people is also standing in encouragement. Nothing will stop us. Nothing will destroy us. We will overcome these difficulties that they have created. And right there in the midst of these difficulties, we have found the solidarity between our peoples. Nicaragua, an example of morality, an example of dignity. We have found the hands of Nicaragua, of Cuba, and that is the path to understand that the great threat should be beaten or it will beat us. We are at a time, as Rosa Luxemburgo said, socialism, either socialism or barbarism. They want to normalize this situation as something that happens every single day, but we cannot allow this. We need to rely on our historical roots, on our morality and our dignity as a people, because we have plenty of history, and this is the best response that we can provide to organize ourselves and to create an anti-imperialist bloc for humanity, for the defense and the survival of humanity. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. I hope I didn't exceed the time, William. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice President.
In the Venezuelan women voice, we can listen to the resistance and dignity of the peoples of the world up in arms. Now we're going to listen to our brother, friend, Ramon Grossvogel, sociologist, expert in the colonization of knowledge, with the long curriculum, but we are not going to read. Thank you. Chavez is alive. Thank you very much for this kind invitation. Thank you so much for this an extraordinary initiative of ALBA. Thank you to the Foreign Ministry of Venezuela for this initiative. And Jorge, in baseball terms, you are a player playing all bases, and you are brilliant in all positions. Congratulations. So it's just to recognize your excellent job. The presentations so far have been extraordinary. Therefore, now, how can I change my presentation to fit after this great presentation, Raima, extraordinary presentation, describing what is going on in the Middle East. Atilio, as usual, brilliant professor, and Irene, I know that you are brilliant as well, Irene. So I'm here just trying to change my presentation. Well, 2 years ago, more or less, I've been saying that there will be a fresh escalation of imperialism against our region, not only against the world as a whole, but especially addressing our region. Why? When you see the geopolitical map, this started, I announced this in May, but they started a long time, this new escalation. When you approach the world geopolitical map, you can see how the US in this international coup d'etat, in this manufacture war in Washington, the Ukraine war, well, the US transformed the European Union in a new Puerto Rico. Is a colonial protectorate. Is a colonial protectorate of the US. The European Union has neither economic sovereignty, political or nor military sovereignty. These European elites are subordinated to the US empire. And once again, they show how Western empires, they join hands. That's why the peoples of the world, we need to be united, because if they are united and we are disunited, we are in the disadvantageous, in a weak position. So there is a document of the RAND Corporation. I have quoted this document, and this document is called Overextending Russia. And you are very much invited to read this. This was written 2019, 3 years before the Ukraine war. If you want to be the script of the war, well, that script is there, fully developed. Because these guys, they planned wars ahead of time. So we need to understand this. The empire, it doesn't improvise wars. These wars are fully planned. And that's the history of the US with the Hispanic War in the 19th century and today. They test those wars. We knew in Puerto Rico, we knew when a war was coming, because they go to Puerto Rico and they conduct test theirs. They test their theories there in Puerto Rico before a war, and then they say that they have been attacked in order to justify these aggressions, and especially for the internal consumption, domestic consumption in the US. So people in the US think, oh, that's an absurd war that is benefiting 5 large corporations in the US. These people make trillions of dollars out of these wars, and they don't care about the number of people die or how many places have been destroyed. They just draw benefit from those wars. So without wars, they suffer. That's why they invent wars. So they organized this coup d'etat. This is a decadent empire. This is a decadent empire that can no longer compete on equal basis with the new emerging powers. As Tilio clearly stated, they are lagging behind regarding productivity, and while the US was throwing out billions of dollars in useless wars, well, these new powers were investing in new technologies, and 30, 40 years later, the US is no longer cannot deal with this moment, where in the past the US could compete and could threaten because they had a good production of fresh technology. But today they are being defeated, and they have to resort to dirty wars. They need to resort to dirty wars to recover the lost markets. And Ukraine is a case in point. Remember, Russia imported 40% of the import from the European Union. Billions of dollars in inputs from Russia. But now they create this war, And this document this describes this very clearly. So they take all the Russian companies from Europe and they replace that company by US companies. This is the decadent empire that can no longer compete with the same rules of the market that they have imposed to the world, especially after the Second World War, where they created the hegemonic institutions they are violating on a daily basis. That those institutions that are now defended by the global south, because the north does not respect that institution, because those institutions are useless for them. It's like a child that is very mad, and the child just destroy the rules of the game. Well, they have this tantrum today and they resort to the dirty game instead of resorting to these organizations. So with the Ukraine war, they recolonized the European markets, and the Europeans and pay the consequences of this. If you see the inflation in Europe, for instance, the increase of the price of electricity, gas in Europe is amazing. So who is paying the consequences? Well, the European peoples, the elite in Europe are responsible for accepting these imperialist policies and adopting those policies. Because apart from ideology, what else can be happening there? Well, I guess they are receiving money, I guess, under the table. There must be some bribes. It's very curious to see European elites being sold in this manner to the US, even though they destroy their own industrial base. Germany, the German industrial base is being destroyed, dismantled, because they are supporting the Americans, and the production costs are not enough, so they can't underpin their own industries. They are being deindustrialized very quickly. And when they try to negotiate, for instance, with Russia at the given point in time, well, they destroyed the Nord Stream 2 in the Baltic Sea, and the very same day, they opened the Baltic Stream coming from Norway the very same day, and that gas comes from the US. And the European Union, they ignore who destroyed this gas line. So when we see the genocide in Palestine, for instance, well, they see on to the other side. They ignore what is going on there. The Europeans, one night, an extraordinary action occurred, organized by the Iranian government, a single night. And we need to learn from the Iranians, because progressively the Iranian government is getting ready. They are not improvising. That extraordinary action, they didn't kill anyone. However, they sent a clear message to Israel. They blew up the most important air base in Israel. From there, the planes that attack the Iranian consulate was at the origin of those planes. So they attacked that air base, and that's an extraordinary action. And we need to learn from the Iranians how they prepare very carefully from a long time to get ready for these crucial moments. So the US is recovering the European market and subordinating the Europeans. Now, what is the next move? What is the next move? What is the next move now? Well, I've been discussing this for a while. They are not going to Africa. They are in Africa. They are always trying to undermine people in Africa, but the priority is not there. They have lost the market with China, because of China. They do not go to the Middle East. They have lost all the Middle East wars of the last 20 years. they are not going to Asia because they are lost ahead of time, given the presence of China and India. So the question is, where are they headed? Where are they headed? Well, they are escalating their presence in Latin America. That escalation started, I said this 2 years ago. It was beginning, but the escalation is there, is here and ready. And we see this clearly. The escalation is how to recover the lost markets in Latin America vis-a-vis who? Well, China, a very colonized country, especially after the coup d'etat of Pinochet, Chile, the first commercial partner of Chile is China. It's not the U.S. So the U.S., little by little, progressively, is organizing coups in various places, trying to expel China and recover Latin America. Is that what Laura Richardson, head of the Southern Command, has said this very clearly, as Attilio said? Mrs. Richardson, listen to what she says. Because they say America is for the Americans of the North. And the Monroe Doctrine, again, being implemented after 200 years, is alive and kicking. And they are saying that the natural resources of Latin America belong to them, because it's part of the national security. Is that the way they define these resources? So if you are warned about this war, you need to be prepared. So the Biden administration has declared as a major security region Latin America. In a document, very in the open, he has said so. This has a huge importance to all of us, because this means that the hard years are going to come, because this is an injured tiger. It is a injured tiger. We said in the 60s it is a paper tiger, but today it is a tiger which is injured. And an injured beast could become crazy and could do things that could lead to a catastrophe of humankind, especially an empire which is fully armed with nuclear weapons. So just think about this, the Second World War, when Hitler is about to fall. What would happen if Hitler had the atomic bomb? What would happen in Europe? Well, in this situation, we cannot lose sight of the dangers with a decadent empire. We need to be extremely careful, and we need to be very wise in how we resist against this push, how we're going to be smart to resist and to counteract this northern bear. And a bear, remember, he stands on his hinds, right? And you cannot hit the face of the bear. You cannot oppose force to the force of the bear. You need to be astute. You need to have very astute in your strategy, like the Iranians. We need to be very intelligent. You never surrender. You need to resist, but we need to be very astute, because you are going to defeat the bear if you resort to astute means. Faced with this scenario, I think that after the elections here, there will be a time, a moment, it's going to be very difficult, not only for Latin America, but for Venezuela. Trump is announcing already in this campaign that they have to intervene Venezuela militarily. He's saying this openly, overtly. Well, we need to be warned. It is not to be scared. No. We need to resist, and we need to overcome the empire in all their attacks. There should be no doubt in our minds. The resistance of the Venezuelan people have prevailed so far, and we should continue to prevail vis-a-vis all the coming challenges. But for this to happen, we need to be ready. We need to be prepared, as the Iranians are. We need to be fighting like Iranians do. Look at Iran. they organized the axis of resistance that has surrounded the Zionist entity and all the resistance movement in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and so on, and Yemen. And it has surrendered its main enemy and the main friend of the Americans. So, and the Gazan resistance movement, because the organizers of and the mastermind of this resistance is Soleimani, Commander Soleimani. That's why he was assassinated. Remember General Soleimani. Without Soleimani's works of resistance for years underground of Soleimani's and the resistance movement, without that work, we could have not seen what happened last Saturday in the sky of the occupying force in Palestine. So that is why he was assassinated, because he is the mastermind. He was in Gaza organizing the Palestinian resistance. He was there. He was in Lebanon and in Syria and Iraq and Yemen. He's been around in that region. Therefore, Soleimani is alive. He is living in the resistance of the peoples. And in closing, I would like to say the following. When we confront these challenges, this offensive by the empire, we see the coup d'etat against Castillo, Milei. Milei is going to kick out China and Russia. And this is some signs of the future actions of these people. However, we need to be very careful when you analyze the unipolar world. The unipolar world cannot be seen as a homogeneous entity. Within this unipolar world, there are some contradictions that exist, and we need to pay attention to those, because there are two fascist factions confronting each other. They have the extreme fascist right, Marine Le Pen, Trump. That's the faction of the extreme right in the unipolar world. But we also have another faction, namely the financial elites of Davos, and there are contradictions between the two. The Davos elite, they are as dangerous or even more dangerous than the Trump and Marine Le Pen. There is a very serious contradiction there. So, part of the Western elite want to save the system, preserve the sovereignty, which is the traditional far extremist, far right. They say that Trump did not organize a war, but Trump organized a war in Venezuela. And when it's coming, it's going to be a war. Trump is organizing a war. He's going to win the elections in November, okay? Unless they have he's convicted. But the Davos elite, they have something more perverse. They recognize the civilizational collapse of this system that the vice president described. They recognize the economic collapse of capitalism. They recognize all that. And some European, non-European social democracy, people say they are left-wing. No. Look at the solution they are proposing. These are perverse and genocidal solutions to the problems identified. Ecologic problem, for instance. They identify it, but for them, ecology is not a systemic problem of a civilizational system of Western socialist Western society. For them, the problem is a demographic problem. Is eco-Malthusian or eco-fascist, because they use the Malthus's policies in the 19th century, who said unemployment and poverty are a demographic problem. It's not a systemic problem in capitalism. It's a demographic problem. And they're saying the same thing, but not because of poverty and unemployment, but because of the climate problem. They say, well, we need to reduce humanity. We have 8 billion human beings, and they say that we need to go to 6 billion. This is a genocidal project. They want to exterminate 2 billion, 2 billion human people. So Palestine is not a regional problem. It is a project which is cultivated, manufactured in Davos of modern method of extermination with new technologies. They're using artificial intelligence to kill Palestinians. So these guys have a perverse plan where they are proposing things which are very dangerous, because what they want is that when this system falls apart, they're going to create a fresh system, worse, even worse, but they will be still leading this new system. So they want to survive the collapse of this system, and through new technologies, transhumanism. They want to robotize human beings. They want to put chips in our heads. They want robots to control us. They want humans to become robots with chips in our brains to control us. So if you see what they are saying, is very dangerous, even more dangerous than these other projects, because fascists, we know them. We've been knowing them forever. We know what they want, but these guys have new projects which are extremely dangerous, and it has nothing to do with the left. You shouldn't be deceived. These guys are not leftist. It's not to create a better system. They want to create a system which is even worse, because they know that this system is falling apart. There are some theoreticians who talk about techno-feudalism to describe what these guys are trying to build, a world that through new technologies they're going to have a stronger control, and they want to exterminate human race in huge proportion. And they have talking about how to do this and that. There are videos, even Bill Gates saying in these clips that there are too many people. It is a matter of demography. So I warn you, be carefully. Long live the resistance of the Palestinian people, giving us the example of what it means to confront these guys, and long live the resistance of the Venezuelan people, also setting an example of dignity, and long live the resistance of all the peoples of the world, especially in Latin America and the Caribbean. All of us here resisting the empire. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. Yesterday at noon, I was outside Caracas, and Arreasa invited me to this event, but I already had a full agenda. And I said, well, I would give my remarks and then I will leave. I would not like to be rude. I thank you very much for your presence here in Venezuela. Thank you, Vice President. Well, to conclude this session, I understand that it is already lunchtime, and thank you for your patience. Irene Leon of the Network of Artists and Intellectuals in Defense of Humanity, a sociologist and analyst with a very wide resume. We will now give the floor to Irene. Thank you for the attention and the patience of our guests. Thank you very much, William. It is an honor to speak after such interesting presentations. And the Vice President, who is always inspiring in all senses. I would like to thank you once again for the invitation. First to Carlos Ron, who left the room just now, but I would like to make a public recognition to his work, to Jorge Arreaza, to the ALBA-TCP project, which has us with our hearts lit up and with our sights set on the horizon. We will not abandon. We will continue with the dream of ALBA-TCP. And talking about TCP, it is very good to see Evo Morales in the first line here. He made many contributions. Key contributions to think about humanity as a world social alternative. And from those processes, we have had several alternatives that will inspire many people around the world. Thank you for inviting us here to reflect upon the formulation of this World Social Agenda, which cannot be postergated, especially at this time in which, as you have said, the world is moving toward places that are unpredictable, and it is moving very quickly. On the one hand, we know that the multipolar world is already a reality. It is not a utopic. It is a tangible reality that it is starting to show muscle. This is a point in our favor. First the good news and then the bad news. There is a transition towards that multipolarity in which the South, the global South, is facing the challenge of strengthening its poles of power and taking decisive initiatives that could modify not only the balance of geopolitical power, but the very course of history. In this context, Latin America and the Caribbean, with its project of union and integration, could become a very powerful pole of multipolarity, and we have a track record on this. But on the other hand, capitalism is also showing some signs of a very powerful reconfiguration in which the corporate sector is becoming even more important. This sector is private and as such is interested in its own profits. And it wants to reorganize the world as we know it, with the main objective to increase its capital. Capitalism, not only right now, but for several centuries, has organized the historical sense of humankind towards profits. It seems absurd that several centuries ago the historical sense of humanity has been focused on the reproduction of capital. And we are talking about a very complex culture with different proposals, with different cosmovisions, but everyone wanted to organize the world around capital. And this is what they're trying to do at this moment. They're trying to consummate the great project of a total market. So everything comes down to the omnipresence of profits, of capital. And that sense of accumulation becomes a law and becomes a king, is the monarchy, as some people like it. In this regard, this is already happening. It is not that it's going to happen. This is happening, and we see a struggle for the transition. And this transition is expressed mainly in international scenarios and especially in international politics. Here I see several foreign ministers and former foreign ministers who have contributed to this issue. So we're talking about a scenario in which during the last 2 decades we have seen an overwhelming eruption of the corporate sector, not only in international spaces, but also in the multilateral sector, in the international institutionality. The great powers of the market have reached those institutions to such an extent that even the European Union, that has a proposal that is called global regionalization, not only of the former colonies but of the world, the European Union is thinking about a new policy to defeat the corporate power. And it has made offers to Latin America so that the NGOs would create resistance to corporate powers. With this example, I wanted to say that we are entering a phase in which the power of the market, of the corporate sector trying to control everything, is also creating a relationship between the geo-economics, this is the world relations of capitalist economy, are overwhelming geopolitics, because in geopolitics we have the states, we have the several multilateral organizations. So that design of the world that is governed by economic interests wants to dominate over the interests of the states. And when I say states, I mean the peoples. Nowadays, we say that this sector goes to the order, to the rules-based order. This is not international law, because the rules-based order is an order of corporate rules that multinationals of the financial sector, that the military industrial complexes have placed upon us to disrespect what the peoples have already achieved and have materialized in international scenarios as forms of coexistence that we do not like fully, but they are useful to have multilateral relations. So we are in the midst of a political, economic, and geopolitical battle. In this context of transition to this new model of capitalist accumulation, this has been assigned by this geo-economic reorganization. It results from the positioning of the great superpowers. I call them the factual powers of globalization, financial capital, mainly hedge funds, as we know, illicit capitals, which are a part of that fabric of financial capital, which is illicit in many ways. So what the so-called delinquent sectors inject here is related to the very system. This creates a block of power of these globalization superpowers. Multinational corporations and the media corporations, which come to our region and especially the south, and the military industrial complex, which is private, is not necessarily the national army of one of the NATO countries. It is a private capital that has great plans for us. They want to sell us chaos, they want to destroy us, and then they want to sell other models of defense, as they are doing in Latin America and the Caribbean. The military power of the Southern Command of Ms. Richardson, as we have seen, has replaced not only the diplomatic forces, but also those salesmen who were coming here on behalf of corporations to sell weapons, to sell planes, to sell helicopters. But now she comes to Argentina personally, and she sold some helicopters. She came to Ecuador to sell not only helicopters, but also a model of defense. And she goes around the world in representation of the private sector, of the military industrial complex. So I believe that we need to weigh, we need to know who is behind whom, and who is the mastermind of all this. It is more evident than ever that we are moving toward that new model of capitalist accumulation, the one created by multinationals, we know that there is a dispute, a very strong dispute for the domination of that economic and technological model, and for the production means related to the property of the satellite space, the minerals, all the resources, and also the production of knowledge, as it happens between the US and China. But as the presence of these sectors and of this model of accumulation and around the world is amplified, there is also a dispute of those who are trying to defend the geopolitics, the existence of the states, the collectivities, the peoples. And these suppose the validity of the states to interrelate to each other in the world as a collective. And this implies the South, the defense of a different possibility to build humanity. This topic of either states or corporations is actually the bone of contention in which the corporate capital is inserted right now, because they have sworn and they have said so that they will defend the disappearance of the states from any form of collective organization. And as it happened from the beginning of neoliberalism, the disappearance of politics as a form of expression of the collectives. So political parties, groups, etc., they don't want them. To simplify all this, Ecuador is an example. What we have seen in the last few days with the invasion of the Ecuadorian government to the Mexican embassy and the kidnapping of Jorge Glass, a leader of the citizen revolution, puts on the table all of this. Because the representatives of corporate capital who are in power are trying to strengthen the international rules-based order as a consultation that will happen next Sunday to change our constitution, which is one of the most progressive constitution of the world, and to put once again international arbitration. This is the corporate system to rule issues related mainly to our resources and to take control of all this. And who did they kidnap? This is not only about Glass that was hurt, that was injured, everything that we already know. But Jorge Glass, during the citizen revolution, he led two things: the change of productive matrix and the energy sovereignty. And those were substantial progress that were made by the citizen revolution in the country. Now what is at stake is the privatization of resources, especially oil, but also other resources, and the control of the energy management, the privatization in favor of the corporate world. Probably we will go back as a country to the system of international arbitration, to CIADI, which we left in the citizen revolution. We will go back to that system. And it's paradoxical to say that this is happening in a country which has a constitution that is called the Constitution of Good Coexistence, Good Living, in which we have several key points, but I will name two. The main one is that it places the reproduction of life, which is the focus of good living, before the reproduction of capital, which is the focus of capitalism. That, which is a very short phrase, life or capital, is the center, the core of what we could think as an alternative. And that core of life or capital is included in Chavez's proposal for socialism of the 21st century, is also in the proposal of the good living of the cultural and democratic revolution led by Evo Morales. It is in our proposal of good living, and it is in all the proposals that we have in different peoples and civilizations around the world. This is that the capital wants to overwhelm, wants to destroy all the potential that we have with this historical vision. It is in Africa, it is in Asia, it is in our people's life or capital in these extremes of corporate capitalism. So we are in the midst of a power struggle which is shaking all the scenarios of humankind. They are relying on unipolarity, imposing their own rules, farther and farther away from international instruments, and showing even more the corporate interests in the first place. They're saying that the ExxonMobil is fighting for a border with Venezuela because those who are defenders of everything, such as Guyana, they are agents of ExxonMobil. Right, William? Because on behalf of ExxonMobil, they are giving freedom to companies to act freely in waters and territory that belongs to Venezuela. We imagine that type of border, ExxonMobil versus Venezuela. I hope it doesn't happen, but this is what they're fighting about. This is what it is about. So the strengthening of the supranational power of multinationals is part of globalization. We know this. We are talking about globalization that is consummated and a project of total market. That is what they are thinking about. The states are being completely put down, forgotten about in all this. In fact, in corporate environments, they talk about an obsolete situation, that they have an expiration date, that they will disappear. And in this moment of transition, we have an order of factors, and the power is distributed as such. Corporate sector is the first place, is the priority, and that is omnipresent. Then we have the states in second place as a sector that enables the transition. All of that is written, all of that has been stated. So what do we have, for example, in Ecuador and in Argentina right now? We have a sort of regions, and there are some changes happening. Ecuador, for example, with the Constitution of the Good Living and these great projects, we want to create joint initiatives with Puerto Rico because starting in December 2022, for the US, we are a protectorate. In the US Senate, they passed a law that is called cooperation. A cooperation between the US and Ecuador. This is an American law that is already being applied extraterritorially in Ecuador. This was proposed by the worms, those who we know as worm, the far-right senators in the US, and it was passed by chamber agreements, bipartisan agreements. So everyone in the US agreed upon this experiment. So this law of cooperation includes not only violations of sovereignty, but also a system of governments. During the Bretton Woods, that word was created. Governance for Ecuador. And there is an article of this law that is going to be published in different spaces in Cuba, in Telesur. You will find the whole law. You can read it. But in any case, it is clearly stated that the state secretary will design proposals, programs, and ways of management for justice, defense, for economy, for every aspect of the policies of Ecuador. So, supported on this, starting in December 2022,
with this law that is a state policy in that country, Ms. Richardson, that we already mentioned, wants to administer air, land, and sea. And due to ulterior agreements, the neoliberals have already given away to the US. So there are agreements for air, land, space, cyber agreements in Peru as well. So we need to pay attention to that detail of militarization. This is a plan ad hoc. They don't show exactly what they want to do. But in the case of Ecuador, they talk about the Phoenix plan, and no one has seen this plan. But little by little, we start seeing what it is about. And a few days ago, the military sectors revealed that Ecuador is being prepared to become a military strategic control center for the Pacific. This is what we had already talked about in similar scenarios to this, and people said that it was a conspiracy theory, but now this is real. There are laws, there are agreements, and this is happening. So what is the role of the United States in this corporate power? They said that they are diminished, that they are not what they used to be, and they have different plans, but they are trying to be the corporate seats. They wanted to be the seat of financial capital, and they were the seat of financial capital in the post-war period, but now the corporate sector moved toward Asia and to many other places, and now they are holding to the fact that they want to continue to be the corporate seats of two things: the military industrial complex, which is private, it is not state owned, and on the other hand, the corporations belonging to corporations, which are mainly the hedge funds such as BlackRock. Since we know many things now, BlackRock is classified as the third superpower of the world due to the capital that it has and the power that it has. This is a private hedge fund, and it is the third economic superpower of the world. And BlackRock has its headquarters in the United States, as the other corporations, the big three, and they have projects to control everything in the world. And the United States is fighting for this, to keep the corporate seats, and so that they can be the hegemonic power even in the 21st century. So we can debate a lot about how this can happen, that is already happening, and what is going to be our response. I think the Vice President said something very clearly. Here we have people, and we are sovereign people. And here, in this region, Cuba has been resistant for over 6 decades, proposing socialism right in front of their noses, and with this process already in a sense, because Chavez proposed policies and responses for this situation that I am describing right now. Among them, ALBA-TCP, Arreaza. This is one of the exits that was proposed by Chavez. So, on their noses, to trying to keep the seat of corporate power, Venezuela has had a revolutionary and sovereign project for 25 years. And Musk offered Bolsonaro, when he was in power, to purchase a part of the Amazon forest. And BlackRock has great projects for lithium. And this has not happened yet, but Lula was free, he came back to power, and we could not believe that it was happening. So we have Latin America and the Caribbean in disputes with these superpowers, but we have the resources to fight in these disputes. But in the afternoon, they will talk about this, so I will stop my point here. To conclude, I would like to mention something that is being used for the recolonization of our America, which is illicit capitals. And to be brief, I would like to say that these capitals move in the scenarios of capital. To give an example, Ecuador went from being a country that was the second safest in Latin America to be one that is destroyed by chaos, and we say that is drug trafficking and illicit capital that are causing chaos. Everyone says that this is not true, that there are a lot of criminals, but in Ecuador there is a money laundering because with neoliberalism we lost our currency. Now we use the American dollar, and financial capital opened the money laundering for illicit capitals. And in many other places, this is the way it happens. So we need to name them as a part of capital, those illicit sectors, drug trafficking, person trafficking, and all the capitals that move around the world. And we need to understand that what is happening right now is related to that. Well, to conclude, I would like to, apart from congratulating this meeting, which of course is extremely important, I would like to say a couple things. In the South, we have a project for us, and the multipolar world has placed some bridges to move forward in that way. Not only in Latin America, we are struggling to achieve this. In the sub-Saharan Africa, they are fighting a struggle for sovereignty and self-determination. Several countries are in this struggle, and there is Bolivarian inspiration in many of the proposals that they are presenting. So we have the bridges already built. Here we have the International Assembly of the Peoples. This is an organization of grassroots movements that is doing this, and we have other similar initiatives that we need to defend. To summarize, we have proposals, we have projects, we have leaders here which are very capable to move this possibility to change our current situation and to take us to a world alternative that has different perspectives. Thank you, and Chavez lives. Thank you, Irene. Thank you, Atilio Boron, Rania Kalek, Ramon Grofogel. Thank you, President Evo. Thank you, Jorge Reaza, all of you, to the Simon Bolivar Institute and ALBA-TCP. We will continue in the afternoon after lunch. Thank you. We will invite you to have lunch, and we will meet again at 3.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1.
Como momentos donde la historia se despierta. Un momento del despertar de la historia es 1789, la Revolución Francesa, que va a permitir, fíjense ustedes, la independencia latinoamericana. Va a ser un primer momento de irrupción del pueblo en la historia, va a permitir después las revoluciones de 1830, de 1848. Pero ese influjo de ese despertar de la Revolución Francesa se termina en 1871, con la caída de la Comuna de París, que les asusta tanto a las élites que van a fusilar a entre 25.000 y 30.000 comuneros. Déjenme contarles rápidamente que bajaban de Montmartre, detenidos los comuneros y las comuneras, y aparece un general a caballo y le dice a un sargento: desátame a los que tengan el pelo gris. El sargento no entiende por qué, que me obedezcas. El sargento obedece, los desata y allí mismo contra una pared el general los manda a fusilar. Y le pregunta al sargento: ¿por qué ha hecho usted eso? Y le contesta al general: eres idiota, no entiendes nada. Estamos en 1800.
fight. Perhaps intellectual devices are much more powerful than in the past. Our societies are saturated somehow. Perhaps, as someone said this morning, that we are tired, saturated, poisoned, and contaminated. This has to do with the fact that there's a brutal media attack that confounds us and paralyzes us. The Harvard rector says that we need to respect the students who are saying that we need to listen to the Palestinian, and this rector has been expelled. So the free world is a fake. They interviewed Cameron and said, oh, the Iranians have bombarded Israel, and the journalist asked a question, and what would Great Britain would have done if its embassy would have been bombarded and many people have been killed? So no, I would never, we have been very aggressive in responding. So the militaries respond very aggressively, but the Iranian cannot. The world is ugly, but never forget that we have never been able to conceal the sun with his finger. And even in the harshest moment, those who have a project are those who survive. Even in the concentration camps, socialist, anarchist, communist, religious people survived because they felt part of a greater project. So every time you are sad, remember you are part of a history which is far nicer than our individualism. We only have 3 minutes left. I have a good news and a bad news. The good is that Western civilization is in decadence. They brought slavery, capitalism, invasion, wars, and they brought Miguel Bosé and Coldplay. The bad news, as I said, the third law of Newton, any reaction generates a reaction. Any action generates a reaction. So neoliberalism ignores history. What is going on here is not new. As Attilio said, capitalism was born, is developed, and is been in decadence for many years. If you see the barbarities in this 20th century, I cannot tell you this story, but the First World War, the Second World War, the killing of the civil war in Finland, and so on and so forth, the civil war in Spain, in Algeria, etc., the killing of communists in Indonesia, etc. The world is ugly because one of the things brothers are presenting is that we need to degrow, and the Western world doesn't want to degrow. They know we need to degrow, but the right wing in Europe could become fascist, and we need to fight them sometime in the future. There is a struggle of approaches. They are migrants expelled because of war and violence. We see Arab people like people we could develop and not to clash, as Huntington said. They say junkies and drug addicts, we see them as victims in this opiate crisis in the US. We see disobedient workers, but we see them as people who want to fight for the rights of workers. So we live in very confused times. Fascists do not defend their theories from biological theories in the past, but they are more dangerous because sometimes you don't see them. Sometimes fascism, they say, is dead, but it is more dangerous dead than alive. So, Forheimes was a thinker of Germany, And he said, those who don't want to talk about capitalism should be silent about fascism. Today we could affirm that those who don't want to talk about neoliberalism should be silent regarding post-fascism. We are in the induced paradox because the left is defending the liberal democracy. We are not able to use it to develop our own policies, but they who benefit from liberal neoliberal democracies are using lawfare and organizing coup d'etats. There is a problem. We are fighting with an arm tied to our backs. I wanted to show this picture, the killing of May. And this is the fight we have ahead of us in Latin America and Venezuela in particular. Goya was an illustrated painter. He said that the French Revolution will bring about well-being, but in the Civil War there was total repression. They thought there will be equality and modernity to Spain, and he saw how its own people were murdered by the military forces. Talleyrand said it's a habit. Monarchical tradition is to rob, but the Bourbons exaggerate in thieving people. So we see illustration and reason. These are parallel lines, those uniforms, etc. But this machinery of globalization is the machinery of the Israeli army that want to lead us to war. These are no human beings. They are dehumanized. Here we see Goya painting what he despised, the guy with the white shirt. If you can go to the Prado Museum to see it, you see they have injuries in their hands, and he is kneeling, asking, "What are you doing?" And there is a priest kneeling, and there is a guy who doesn't want to talk, that doesn't want to see, and the church preaching resignation. The globalization has no face, and here we see someone who has been shot on the face. So, as Paulo Freire said, that he was fighting for the poor, and Goya said they are not favoring the illustration of the Enlightenment period, but he's favoring the victims. So we need to address history to learn from it. In Venezuela, they have taken a position in favor of the victims. They fight, and they give light to the majorities, to those with consciousness who are not victims. Victims, they want compassion, but the defeated, they want us to take back their flags and then raise it again. Bertolt Brecht, a Marxist, said, with all of these reflections, and I thank you very much for this meeting, our consciousness grow, and only people with consciousness are those with hope. And let's move forward, that we will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Carlos. You took a little extra time, but it's okay. Thank you very much. We're going to continue. There is a very good reflection regarding that picture. It puts the whole discussion in a very interesting context. Now I'm going to invite our friend Carlos Rosero. He's from the Colombian Pacific. He's an anthropologist from the National University of Bogota and one of the founders of the process of Black communities. He has been fighting long and hard for the dignity of the African peoples and the African diaspora. This is their struggle because the Afro-descendants have been fighting for centuries. And that struggle, and I would like to take this moment to remind you that this struggle of the African peoples led to the foundation of the first nation of truly free people in America, which was Haiti. And I believe that today we need to remember Haiti. We need to embrace Haiti. So I give the floor to Carlos Rosero. Welcome, comrade. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlos Rosero. I come from the Colombian Pacific. If you respect what some people say, I am one of the 134 million people, Afro-descendants, that live in this continent. I was one of the descendants of the transatlantic slavery trade and in America. And Monedero was talking about me doing telegrams. And this first telegram is about slavery, and these are on the original accumulation of capital. There is no capital without racism. And racism is related to genocide. There is a song that you know that I like. It is from Ismael with Maelo, and they sing the big lip black man, el negro bembón. This is one of the very hard expressions of racism, the hate crime. In collective terms, of course, is genocide. And this is valid for Gaza as it is valid for Congo. Another telegram is very concretely about racism. I believe that in America we are defending so that America becomes an area of peace, and we should also say that it should be an area free of racism. Evo already lived through this situation. We already saw it against Hugo Rafael. We are seeing it right now in Colombia, in the racism against our vice president, Francia Marquez. It is experienced by that 134 million of Afro-descendants in Colombia or in America, and the 42, 50, or 60 million indigenous peoples who survived the barbarity of colonization and everything that happened after it. So America should be an area that is free of racism. It is a way to put a distinct order to the neighborhood that we were talking about this morning. The third telegram is related to historical reparations. Sometimes I'm watching soccer and I say, well, what is the foot of the first line here? Well, it is an agreement because capitalism grew with the spoliation of Africa and America, colonialism and slavery. There are millions of victims of those two things. And in America, we're still living the consequences of colonialism, which ended, and slavery that we're told also finished. So the historical reparations can be materialized into something that we talked about a long time ago here in Venezuela, Jorge, that there was going to be a fund of reparations for the ALBA countries. At the time, Colombia was not a member of ALBA, but now we can talk about this. But regardless of that, the reparations fund in America for the victims of colonialism and slavery is a necessity to repair a historical wound. Let us do it.
The fourth telegram may be related to Haiti. So I would say it as such. There are histories, there are stories in the oral tradition that talk about a part of the soldiers that went with Bolivar to the south to liberate Colombia, Ecuador, Bolivia, Peru. They were black soldiers, and some of them came back. At the north of the Cauca, those who came back were given land. They were very nostalgic from their country. They didn't want to abandon their country, so they came back, and they were given land. So when we talk about those who made possible independence, we forget about those black men and women who took to the battlefields. And we also forget that is not the first time that somebody with the necessary conditions finances the others. A few days ago, we were talking about one of the great former presidents of this country, and he was saying that we should join the fight for integration. And from the black movement, we said, yes, we understand, we join this struggle. And we understand this from what my brother Barreto said just a moment ago. Haiti was the first that was liberated. It was the first that joined independence with freedom, the first and the only that made that link. But Haiti was also able to finance the independence battle of Bolivar. So throughout history, we see other examples. So as the reparations fund, many years ago, we also talked about a fund for Haiti here in Venezuela. And we have to do it because one thing is to have solidarity with Haiti, and another thing is to realize that we owe Haiti. Some of us owe us our independence, and some of us owe us their freedom, our freedom. So let's give back to them. The fifth one, the fifth telegram, would be something related to violence or to peace. I would simply quote, in 2023, every minute in Brazil, one black person died. You know the story about the jailing system in the United States. Black people in America go to jail. In the Colombian Pacific, they would kill us before these governments. So there is a recommendation for all Latin Americans, and it is to nationalize our anti-drug policies. Otherwise, we are going to be tied to the high powers, and from there they're going to say, well, Venezuelans are drug traffickers, Colombians are whatever. So it is our chance to nationalize our anti-drug policies. We need to have a perspective from Latin America on how to solve this situation, how to combat this situation, because what has been proven is the anti-drug policy or the fight against drugs that comes from North America is a failure, but it is also a fraud. And finally, another telegram related to Irene, we met during the Durban process, is what is not talked about does not exist. So Afro-descendants were included in Durban. It was a struggle, we know about this, we know what happened. Probably it was not enough. And now in Colombia, we have Con 16. Apart from the world slogans on that, we say this, and it corresponds to what many of you have already said. Peace also corresponds with nature. If we're not in peace with nature, as a civilization, we are screwed, we are doomed. So we gain recognition, but in COP16, we need to give this fight again, because in the official language, it says indigenous peoples and local communities. But in many countries of the continent, that does not gather the realities of Afro-descendants. So this is a discussion that we're going to have in October, and we hope that everyone in Latin America and all of those in Africa, in the global south, will join us in this discussion, because invisibility is a way to encourage racism in our peoples and fucking up the people that live in this continent and around the world. The final one is very simple. It's about a poet that many of us have read. I think that many of us have read it, Roque Dalton. I think he said that war was the quintessential expression of economy. I think that this phrase is useful to understand many things, but also to understand part of what we need to include in our analysis and in the way of the big picture. So when we talk about solidarity regarding a situation that it's going on in Africa, when we talk about genocide, when we talk about these massacres around the world, we should include in the analysis everything that is going on in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you very much, Carlos. They say that this civilization is so decadent that we talk about the slavery processes during the 16th, 17th, and 18th century. We talk about those processes in the past. But today, there are people in politics that they believe that they live in a garden and the rest of the world is a jungle. No different from the people, the slavers that were coming in the ships that were bringing the people from Africa. It shows the decadence of this society, that we have to fight to recover the dignity of non-white people. But that is a struggle. As Juan Carlos said, we need to have that positive vision, as Gramsci said. And there is a popular Venezuelan technologist. He's an older man from the Andes region. He used to say, I forget his name, but I'm sure somebody will remind me of his name. He was a technologist. Zambrano. Thank you. Luis Zambrano. One day he was invited to a conference in the University of Los Andes, and he came from the country, he has no academic degree, and he started talking about everything he knew. And at the end, he told a phrase to the students. He said, "You people don't let midnight fall when it is noon." And that is the struggle. We should not let midnight fall only at noon. We need to keep fighting. Now from Mexico, beautiful Mexico, we have Arina Duarte. She's a journalist, and she's a communicator focused on grassroots movements of the political situation of Latin America. She's a member of the Morena Party and from the School of Political Formation of Morella. She told us that this school, that this is what happens in Mexico. They have a school with 30 students, another one has 80 students, another one has 150, and the Morena Formation School has 800,000 students. You have the floor. Comrades, thank you very much to Venezuela for this inspiration, for having us here so many revolutionaries that are doing very small things, but we are transforming everything. When we talk about the decadent civilization, we include several concepts. I'm not trying to convince those who are already convinced. We are clear that there is a decadence. In spite, someone from Puerto Rico was saying just a while ago that he has heard so many things about this, but the empire has not fallen yet. But this is happening, and we know that it is not a consensus even within the right, within the neoliberal context. We are very clear that the production means are changing, that the ways in which we imagine the world are also changing. And this morning, we were proposed to continue to analyze hyper-imperialism, in which the beast has been injured. And what should we do? I think that we have several experiences that should be analyzed. All of us contribute to the construction of another world that is possible. So what should we do at this time when imperialism is in the decadent phase or in the phase of hyper-imperialism? There are several items that we should include within our balance. One of those should be how we can transform that dispute through completely militant and revolutionary information. When we think about the media, it's not only about radio or TV. Today we have massive means, but also the social media that today pay millions of dollars in bots to create campaigns in Colombia or in Mexico. And a few days ago, our president said that we might be helping the Argentinian economy because bots are cheaper in Argentina. So several groups of the far right in the whole continent are purchasing bots in Argentina. So when it comes to fighting the informational battle, we would have to contrapose to those big speeches of the media and the communication schools. And we need to celebrate that we have a new university of communication. And in this regard, we need to rethink about the roles of neutrality and objectivity that we were sold as the only way. And this is not true. We need to create a deeply militant communication, a deeply feminist, anti-patriarchal communication, and anti-fascist and anti-Zionist communication. We need to take every possible trench, and as Attilio said this morning, we need to be communicational warriors. It is not enough to look at what Telesur is doing, what the audiovisual commune is doing. We need to become an armed force for any of our movements and for the disputes in all of our territories. We need information, and this is why I also celebrate that a few years ago we saw the birth of the National Institute of Political Formation in Morena. And in the past few months, we have seen courses with about 800,000 students, and I think this is phenomenal. And the party has decided as a mandatory thing to train the candidates. There cannot be any popular representation without a minimum of training, not only in the ethical manners and the process of the left to which we belong and where we come from. We need to urgently discuss feminism. We need to talk about fascism. We need to talk about how we build the militant, self-management and revolutionary media. So in this training, this is why I also celebrate the existence of ALBA movements. This is one of the axes that we have been discussing here in La Guaira, is how we interpel each other and how we build that training for and by the peoples. We are not talking about colonial issues and to impose methods and education that is foreign to our knowledge. And we see that we are very advanced in many of our process. We are envious from many other countries, to the Cuban people, the Venezuelan people, that teaches us things every single day.
And we not only need militant information with the feminist, anti-fascist, and anti-capitalist nature, we also require deep organization. And this organization has many phases. There is not a single way to organize ourselves. We can we take the experiences from the 19th and the 20th centuries, but today with the progress in the new technologies and the production means, we require revolutionary imagination. We need to think about where we're going. I admire the communards in Venezuela. And we need to learn from them. We need to see how they find their inspiration. And of course, we have great teachers, not only those who have been mentioned. Of course, Rosa Luxemburgo, Commander Chavez, Commander Fidel, we have many heroes that have taught us about the future. And this organization needs to build the people's power, and it is expressed in many ways. It is expressed in the ways of commune, of committees in defense of the revolution. We hope that it also expresses in the committees for the defense of the fourth transformation in Mexico. We need to continue to imagine these ways. We need to continue to build with the tools that we have at our disposal. We need, brothers and sisters, to go to mobilization. And that mobilization also has several phases. We have the mobilization of the conscience. We have talked about the revolution of our conscience. And we have a group of trainers, not as many as we would like to have, because 800,000 people to train, to socialize the knowledge. We don't have 800,000 trainers for them, but we are in the process of construction of that in Mexico. But we need to mobilize ourselves. Once we have this map of militant information, this liberating information, a deeply revolutionary organization, inevitably we will have a revolutionary praxis. And this praxis, brothers and sisters, is urgent. And sometimes it is the Achilles heel that within our organizations, our committees, we don't know exactly where to go. We need to keep strengthening this point to know exactly which are the breaking points. For example, the invasion to the Mexican embassy in Ecuador. We need to come from every latitude to defend. And in this regard, brothers and sisters, allow me to thank you for your solidarity with the Mexican people. This is one of the most vile attacks, and the first one in Mexican diplomacy that has been an example for so long with the Estrada Doctrine. It is not only in our constitution, but in many of international processes with the defense of sovereignty, the self-determination of the people, the non-intervention, that so many times we have had to defend Venezuela in these issues, and we know that it has been a key point of the empowerment of the far right. However, it is not the first time, and with great joy, Venezuela allows us to share experiences with many people who have been in the first line of battle. And so we started to work on this when the invasion of the embassy happened. We thought about when this happened before. So we went to Google, we went to books to know exactly when something similar happened. However, the great media forgot about the year 2019. That year, the Venezuelan embassy was under siege in Washington. This was not published in the media. And here we have some sisters that were in the embassy. I see some American people who were there defending the embassy day and night. And this was not seen by anyone. The Department of State went to that embassy, and there was a consensus. And the government of Nicolás Maduro had the permit to safeguard that embassy in those moments of the coup d'etat.
As we heard from the Vice President this morning, one of the congressmen was elected as a fake president. And today we see this as a joke, but the price to pay was a lot of sanctions and harassment. But this also resulted in the taking of consulates, and the Brazilian people also defended the Venezuelan embassy in Brazil. But this was not in the media. This was not in the news. The example of what Junior did, Daniel Noboa, was at the US. And they also set the example of how to kill journalists with impunity. They set the example of how to kill people in the name of freedom and democracy. And today they do not sanction, as they sanctioned Venezuela. There's so-called sanctions which are unilateral coercive measures. So they cover their eyes when it is about Israel. They cover their eyes because they set the example, because the United States taught their colonies how to act. So today they will not say anything about genocide. But you know who will say something? It's the peoples. It is you. It is us. And we need to keep fighting, because if it weren't for many of you, we would keep having the same narrative that we have had for over 70 years, saying that Palestine is Israel's territory. So in spite of the sinister character of everything that has happened to Palestine, we have achieved many things. We can build different narratives. We can create another possible world. To conclude and to respect time, because the risk is not to have the mic, the risk is to take the mic from me. So I'm going to try and conclude. What is the dispute that is on the table today? To fight against hyper-imperialism, we need to continue to build those radical media, radical means. They will be eternally called Castro-Chavista media. And yes, we are. We need to keep strengthening our training. We need to create international brigades that at the time stopped fascism in Spain. Where are our international brigades of the 21st century? And those brigades are also important for what is happening here today in Caracas. We are brothers and sisters willing to defend the Bolivarian Revolution, the Cuban Revolution, the people of Palestine, the people of Haiti, from any country. We need more communes. We need more committees in the defense of the fourth transformation. We need more free unions. We need more debates, more revolutionary praxis. We need to consolidate our dreams. We are not inventing anything new in this meeting in Caracas. This was dreamt by Martí, by Bolívar, by Zapata, by Rosa Luxemburgo. It was the dream of many other people. That other world is possible, and we need to achieve it. And to make it a reality, I think we need to continue to inspire ourselves, to building ourselves. I know that maybe we don't know each other, but it is just a matter of time. It's a matter of a cup of coffee. It's a matter of a couple of hours so we can discuss this collectively. So I want to conclude by making this call. It is inevitable to mention Mexico, not only because of what it represents for the region, but also because of the challenge that we have in June 2. We also have meetings of the right. We have the OAS, many organizations of the right. And the Venezuelan right, the fascist rights, has also met with the Mexican rights in the past few months. We saw that there was a fascist summit, CPAC, in Mexico over a year ago, and now they announced that in June 2, when we will have the election, they have several reasons to annul this election. And the fourth transformation will go to the ballots with over 70% of approval so far. During these 6 years, poverty has been reduced. At least 5 million Mexicans left extreme poverty. It is a country in which violence is still one of the great challenges that we need to resolve. But in the past 6 years, homicides were reduced by 80%. Close to 20% femicides were also reduced. The media dispute is not a minor thing. We are in the face of media harassments. I'm not going to tell you what it is about because you already know, but we need your solidarity this June against any attempts of the Mexican far right against democracy. Finally, I have this phrase that they presented at the very beginning with this video of a speech with Fidel Castro and Salvador Allende. Fidel said, "We consider that this continent has in its womb a creature that is called a revolution that is coming and which will inexorably be born." And I add, brothers and sisters, part of this birth is already here, and it is called ALBA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is Bolivar with us, Chavez with us, and the heroes that we have in this wonderful land, many heroes that have been invisibilized, and we are visibilizing our heroes. And this gives us the strength to keep on struggling. The strength, as I said before, that midnight will not get us at noon. Now, I would like to invite the Secretary of ALBA, who has any information for us. Well, if you allow me, I would like to interrupt to convey an important information. I'm gonna give you a press release. In the terminal here, the police had a alert on this authority. When they realized the presence, they warned to Giovanna Herrera that addressed the lawyer, and the prosecutor said that if the flight will take place, they will detain this person, since they suspected that they could ask for asylum in that country. In this case of this person coming to this event, this person in the end gave up. And then the prosecutor said, April the 17th at 22 hours, the prosecuting office connected the deputy because they learned that this was ready to go to Venezuela. Since this person, among others, should attend a hearing in May the 29th, the prosecutor's office informed the lawyer that they have to make sure that this hearing will take place. Therefore, in this context, they had to request a measure to prevent this person from leaving. This person that was coming to Venezuela, a good friend of the people's, a good friend of Venezuela's, is the mayor of the commune of Recoleta in Santiago de Chile, Daniel Jadwe, que hubiera podido ser presidente de Chile. So we are indignant because he was took off the plane, but it is laughable because it is clear that the peoples and leaders know better Mr. Hadwe better than they, because they know that Daniel will always been ready to face the Chilean justice. I will be free, and because he is a good man, an honest man, and a man that belongs to the peoples. I just wanted to inform what happened to our comrade Hadwe, but Daniel somehow will be present tomorrow with us. He will find the ways to address this audience. Thank you. Well, that's the reaction of a decadent civilization. This guy had a round trip ticket. He could have come. But it is ridiculous to think that that right now he's going to abandon the work he's doing in Chile. He's doing his best to help the people of his commune. Well, that is the type of thing that happened. Well, to close this panel, I would like to invite another Carlos. So all the guys here are named Carlos, and this was not done on purpose. Carlos Barriento comes from Guatemala, and we talk about invisibilization that was mentioned by another Carlos. This is a genocide that has been ignored, the genocide that occurred in Guatemala in the 20th century. And no one wants to mention this genocide fostered by the U.S. empire. So Carlos is a member of the Committee of Peasant Unity of Peasants in Guatemala, created in 1978. He's a member of this organization, and he came here to share with us some reflections on common goods, etc. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. It is indeed a pleasure to be here again with you in Venezuela. And realize there are improvements. This clearly demonstrates the capacity of the Venezuelan people when you see the improvements that have occurred in this country since the last time I came. But we should not only learn from this capacity to improve, but also we learn from what is truly a democracy. A few days ago, Jorge Arraza mentioned that in a couple of days there will be a national consultation. When I learned, I said, come on, this is complicated to make decisions through a national consultation. However, he explained to us how this exercise of people's power, how does it work? He said, this is you give a new significance to democracy. If you want to know what democracy is, you should come here to Venezuela and learn from our experience here. So gringos, they say they are champions of democracy. They cannot say they exercise democracy when we know that a few years ago, a candidate won the popular vote. However, the winner was someone else. Here in Venezuela, we have learned that this democracy is a participatory and protagonic democracy. So we are learning from these Chavista people for these lessons on democracy. I'm going to talk about the decadence of this system. And they told me, you have 10 minutes. When I saw the video that we saw at the beginning, at the outset, well, I was thinking about that. So, they took me 5 minutes. And then when the vice president came, I said, well, again, she said most of the things I wanted to say. However, I still want to use this time to mention what Fidel Castro said on that occasion, 1982, in the Rio summit. He said then, an important biological species is about to disappear because of the rapid destruction of the natural environment, and that is the human being. We are mindful of this when it is almost too late to prevent it. Fidel has the capacity to travel to the future and then come back and tell us what will happen. 1892, he said already this. He warned us. What has happened since? Well, I'm going to bore you with some data, but it is important. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published a report last year, informed that 10% of households and people with higher income, most of them are situated in developed countries, they emit more than 50% of the gases, and while poorer people, they emit only 15% of the warehouse. But all of this is affecting the poorest and marginal communities. Another report says that currently between 3.6 million people more live in countries which are very vulnerable to climate change, with critical points concentrated in the Arctic, Central America, South America, the insular countries, south of Asia, and sub-Saharan Africa. In many countries of this region, conflicts, inequalities that exist, and the exclusion of economic growth have increased poverty, which is increasing the vulnerability to climate threats and limits the capacity to adapt by the community. For example, between 2010 and 2020, the mortality due to storms, flooding, were 50% higher in countries affected by this climate change than the people with lower vulnerability. There is a report that says that with increase of temperature of 1.1 degrees centigrade, there are changes in climate system unprecedented in the last centuries in all the regions of the world. And there is an increase of sea level and meteorological phenomena which are very extreme, and the rapid disappearance of the ice. The adverse consequences are higher than expected. Half of the world population confronts a serious scarcity of water during at least once a month a year, while higher temperatures enable the dissemination of diseases. Climate change has stopped the improvement in agricultural productivity in medium latitudes and lower latitudes. Another report says that with this level of warming, 900 million people in arid zones experience water stress, heat stress, and desertification stress, whereas the world population exposed to floods increased 24%. Also, to go above 1.5 degrees centigrade, even temporarily, will generate serious impact, sometimes irreversible, that goes to the extinction of local species and disappearance of salt water and increase of heat stress. Some impacts are so severe that populations can not longer adapt to them, which generates serious damages and losses around the world. People and ecosystems highly vulnerable are struggling to adapt to the impact of climate change. For them, limits are flexible, especially those in the north. But in other regions, peoples and ecosystems are confronting the limit, and the climate change is so severe that no adaptation strategy could really help and compensate for the damages. Coastal communities and see how the marine environment is destroyed. Copernicus system informed that in 2023 was the hottest year ever. The thing is, if you review various reports of previous years, they always say that it's the hottest year in the hottest year. However, there is a trend towards an increase of temperatures. At the beginning of the 2010s, 1.9 million people built in areas with water stress, and this will increase to 42 and 95% into the future, and so on and so forth. We could quote various reports speaking about the seriousness of the situation, but also they hide and conceal information. So I would like to refer to three elements concealed by these reports. First, the future is here. Impacts will not occur in the future. They are occurring right now. And remember, brothers and sisters, when Commander Fidel delivered that speech in 1892, the children who were born at that time, today, they are adults of more than 30 years old. And some of them have children that will face a catastrophic situation into the future. So it is not something that's going to happen into the future. It is happening right now, and we are suffering these consequences. According to a report of the WHO, World Health Organization, the impact is generating premature death of more than 6-7 million deaths, more than COVID impact. The displacement is calculated into 25 and 1 billion people will be climatic refugees. The members of the International Federation of Society of the Red Cross have identified the climate crisis as one of the greatest threats, humanitarian threats. And UNICEF report last year informed that 43.1 million people were displaced, children displaced, the equivalent of 20,000 infants displaced per day. This is the truth of the matter, of what is going on today. And this is the expression of the decadence of this system. Other realities which are concealed is that when we talk about environment, we see this as something foreign or external to human beings, separate from human beings that we need to manage or dominate. What is truly at stake is that capitalism has led us to a situation where the possibility to proceed with life is being already affected. We need to remember what happens to Earth has a repercussion on the children of Mother Earth. There is an idea that we're going through climate change, and this is stressed over and over, and the only way is to adapt to that situation. They don't say that there is an ecological crisis with world proportions, and as a result of this crisis, millions of people have been affected. Therefore, we cannot continue talking about climate change, even though we lack another term to address this situation, because this is concealing the tragedy that we're going through. And to talk about the environment does not convey sufficiently the problems that we need to address. It is not that we need to have an environmentalist approach to our struggle. It is important. However, we need to change the approach, because what it does stake, what is aggressed by this predatory capitalism, are the common goods of nature, which are the very basis of the existence of human beings. Water, air, forest, seeds, lands, namely something concrete affecting billions of peoples. In many parts, people are struggling today to defend water from contamination or privatization, to defend air from the poisons launched to the atmosphere, to defend forests from deforestation, to defend the land for the monocrops, and to protect seeds, because life depends on that. So it is not a matter of the environment. We are dealing with life and to the defense of life as it is. Many people around the world fighting for life. So our call is that this situation shouldn't approach simply as the environment. No, these are the very basis of life, and this was expressed by Fidel in 1892. So when they talk about the responsibility of this tragedy, they say climate change. All of us are responsible for this, and this is not true, because this is concealing that the true responsible are capitalist corporation and the accomplices state. The huge dimension of the ecological disaster worldwide and the various expressions, they will not be addressed by the market, as some people say. And capitalist corporations will not willingly to make measures to address this disaster. Therefore, we need to fight. We cannot wait from a green capitalism any solutions. They propose solutions when it is a business, like the carbon bonuses. Therefore, I want very slowly the words of Commander Fidel at that time. He said, we need to say that consumption societies are responsible for the atrocious destruction of the environment. They were born of the former colonial metropolis and the imperial policies that in turn generated poverty and underdevelopment done the majority suffer. With only 20% of the population, they consume two-thirds of metals and three-fourths of the energy. They have poisoned seas and rivers. They have poisoned the air. They have weakened the ozone layer. They have saturated the atmosphere with gases that generate a catastrophe. Forests disappear, deserts expand, millions of fertile land end up in the sea. The species disappear, populational pressure leads to a despair to survive even against nature. We cannot blame the third world countries for this. Exploited yesterday and despoiled today. The solution cannot be to prevent development of those who need it most. All that contributes to underdevelopment and poverty is a flagrant violation of ecology. Dozens and millions of people die every day because of this in the third world. More than the two world wars, the unequal exchange, protectionism, and foreign debt aggress the ecology and destroy the environment. That's why I said Fidel had the capacity to travel into the future and then tell us what is going on. Those were the words of 1992. That's why, brothers and sisters, today that we're meeting here from various parts of the world, we need to remember the declaration of the 7th summit of ALBA signed in October 2009. There, in that statement, we said, capitalism and imperialism are destroying the very existence of humanity and our motherland, Mother Earth. The global economic crisis, the climate change crisis, and food crisis are structural, and they are due to patterns of production, distribution, and consumption which are unsustainable. The concentration of various resources and the spoliation to benefit the few. To this crisis, economic crisis, we have the climate crisis, which is affecting Mother Earth. Every year, we consume a third more of what the planet could generate. At this pace of squandering, we will need 2 planet Earth for 2030. And so in 6 years' time, this will happen. And this was said in 2019 during the ALBA-TCP summit. Therefore, if we do not do something vis-à-vis this situation of decadence, of how capitalism is a parasite, stealing resources and energy from the majority of humanity, then our future will be the abyss. However, all of us, since we have gone through this, that it is possible to face this situation. I said a while ago that in Venezuela, they have confronted sanctions, aggressions, and the Chavista people keep on struggling. But also, our dear Cuba has also demonstrated that this is possible to prevail. Peoples of the world, even though Cubans say that they didn't do this expecting something in return, but we have a debt vis-à-vis Cuba. Because during the harshest times, Cuba was a light of hope and rebelliousness. Fidel and Chavez are alive, and the struggle should continue. Thank you very much.
Audre Lorde said that we could not use the tools of the master to disarm the master's house. What we're seeing right now is that the master is decadent and the house is in crisis. So if we use those tools given by the decadent master, we are going to give it more oxygen and more time. We need to reinvent ourselves. We need to have a struggle with innovative tools. We need to study, we need to train ourselves, we need to increase our knowledge. But we need to be innovative in our struggle. With joy, with optimism, and always looking on the horizon
of a better society that it is possible if all of us work toward it. Yes, Juan Carlos wanted to say something. Regarding what he said a few years ago, because he said something that is very important, because I think is a revolutionary laughter, and I cannot forget the good humor, the good moods of President Chavez and President Maduro. And sometimes humor can destroy the biggest walls. And I remember when the barbarity of selecting that Muran that was self-proclaimed as president in a square supported by the US and by the European governments. There were a group of snobs, and they were, of course, creating propaganda to try and legitimize that interim president. And they asked the black fascists, and they said, well, what do you think that is going to happen now? And the black man said, well, after Guaido, we will have White 3, which is White 2 and White 3. Our laughter is their nightmare. That is one of our weapons that keeps us alive. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Thank you, Alina. Thank you, Carlos. And we'll continue with the next panel, a single imperialism, a single enemy. And then the final panel, so we don't leave sad. It is a panel about the project, a common project. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
Coming to Venezuela. We are going to pursue our activity. In this panel, we're going to talk about the single imperialism, a single enemy. This very title is very interesting. There is an old category already forgotten that has to do with force correlation. The correlation of forces allows us to define and build an enemy. The enemy that we have to build forces against and to generate unity against this enemy. It is not. It is complicated to understand this principle because sometimes we need to reach alliances and agreement with sectors do not always agree with us, and this poses a dilemma. And today in Latin America, this is very much present. Today we have 5 left movements in the region that have been able to fathom. And we do not have a leadership as the one we had with Fidel Castro, Commander Chavez. Therefore, we need to analyze the situation in a very peculiar manner. We need to understand that there is a single imperialism, a single enemy. Therefore, the imperative of unity, struggle, and the quest of consensus vis-à-vis certain topics. This is essential. A major debate is raging if the fight is anti-imperialist or anti-capitalist, at least in our region, or if it is anti-neoliberal struggle. If the struggle requires some alliances regarding certain political objectives, it is an anti-imperialist struggle. And vindication of anti-imperialism makes it possible to work together, that we have a space for our struggles. And that's precisely the purpose of this debate. I'm going to start with Janiska Lugo from Cuba.
She comes from the Memorial Center Martin Luther King. She is a congresswoman to the Popular Assembly of the People's Power in Cuba. She's a coordinator of Solidarity of the Martin Luther King Memorial Center. She has a degree in psychology of the Havana University, and she joins popular movements in the process of political formation and articulation with common struggles. She is the author of some publications regarding the challenges of the Cuban reality and the region. Janiska, you have the floor. Thank you. As everyone who came before me, I would like to thank you for this space of discussion between peoples in struggle, because we need to meet with each other. We need to recognize each other in what we are living, in the things that concern us, in the fundamental force of strength of our region, and we need to have long and sincere discussions about our experiences. Therefore, I am very thankful for this encounter, for the initiative of the Simon Bolivar Institute, and everyone who has come here, leaving behind many other troubles to have this discussion. I would like to start by sharing a reflection about what is imperialism. Even though in the morning panel they talked about this issue, I don't like to repeat what has already been said. I would like to remark the idea that imperialism exists as an instrument that ensures the survival of capitalism, and it is a fabric of powers, of superpowers. And if we consider only one of them, if we personalize
or if we focus on a conflict between only two countries, the anti-imperialist struggle, our efforts will be insufficient, because in order to face imperialism, necessarily we need to build an order that overcomes capitalism. To be anti-imperialist, we need to strengthen our struggle to create a different society that is superior to capitalist society. That imperialism that they said in the morning has been built for two things mainly: to sustain an order that subordinates the whole world to its power, and that order could be the product of maximizing profits as a result of slaves, to increase raw material, to destroy industrialization in our countries, with liberal aspects that will allow them to sustain the world that it controls, with more profit and generating even more conflict between the countries that it's oppressing and conflict between the left countries. It is a good business for them to sustain this imperialist policy that, with these mechanisms of domination, would calm down our rebelliousness. But if in history happens anything that would deteriorate that logic, that would make them take a step back, the dragon of imperialism would awaken. We see the hundreds of military bases around the world that increase military expenditure, and the actions of ethnic cleansing, displacement, the forces of NATO are reconstructed, and we see even more clearly the historical nature of imperialism. So when we say that we need to commit ourselves to an anti-imperialist struggle, we need to reveal the relations among the superpowers of the military financial bloc that is fighting to sustain in the power of this world that it controls with obedience, but that will not be able to control as it is unnecessary. And the genocide happening in Palestine clears up all the limits that they are reaching in this regard. And it is not by chance, and we need to constantly denounce that the two countries generating and responsible for the genocide in Palestine, Israel with the complicity of the US administration, are the two countries that year after year are opposed to the resolution proposed by Cuba to put an end to a blockade of over 25 years, and that want to destroy a revolution for the poor people, by the poor people, that has never stopped creating a society of justice, a society of equality, in which beauty is at the center of our life. That blockade, sometimes in the very left, I think we are a little lazy. Sometimes we are not careful enough to look for the significance of this blockade as an instrument of the imperialist policy that has Cuba as only one more country, but it is a policy for the entire world. In 1983, and this morning we were talking about the Monroe Doctrine, Monroe talked about the expansionist policy for America, for us, the Americans. Because America, for us, the Americans, was about gaining another territory for us. Then in 1845, they published the mission of liberty and democracy within a region that was colonized and that needed the United States to understand how to live freely and to start a process of independence. They were called by Providence to do this favor to the countries of the region. And then in 1904, Roosevelt said, if you act efficiently and with a sense of convenience, the countries of Latin America, they will not have to fear us. If they are efficient and with a sense of convenience, they will not have to fear us. But in 1959, in Cuba, we saw the triumph of a revolution that had nothing of convenient or efficient, and which rapidly generated the most brutal hostility of the US administration against the whole people. And it is important to say this because after 1960, in the Lester Mallory Memorandum, and it is important to look at history, to look for the essential meaning of everything that happens to our people. Mallory said, most of Cubans support the leadership of the revolution. They support Castro, and we need to employ every means to solve the economic life. In 1960, it is written that there is a policy to asphyxiate a project and to avoid by any means that this project has enriching, open relations with the world, to which it was obliged, forced to relate to in order to survive as a project. And nowadays, we analyze the situations lived by our peoples and the difficulties that we face, but outside that history and outside the historical responsibility of not only the government of the United States, but the complicity of other imperialist countries and the complexity and the challenges of our Cuban Revolution. And there is an urgent task in our history that we need to consider. And this is related to not remaining silent in the face of what we don't know, in the face of what we don't understand. We cannot wait for time to pass to talk about issues that we don't know. We need to face the contradictions in their beauty, and we need to understand what is a revolution. Because sometimes we want revolutions to succeed because problems will be solved. Or we believe that revolutions will triumph over there where we don't live and there is a heroic people. But what can we do for the revolution to be deeper and to face heroically this imperialism that has a lot of financial, political resources to harass all the countries? And I would like to say here that thanks to the solidarity of the revolutionaries all around the world, Cuba has never been under siege, harassed. It has never been isolated, and the Cuban Revolution keeps creating new possibilities of futures. And obedience has not been planted in the Cuban people, and our left is not an obedient left. Our country is included in a list of terrorism-sponsored countries. And in 1960, we are going to celebrate the 60-year anniversary of Cuba sending a medical brigade to Algeria. And it is important to join what happens in our peoples of Latin America with Africa. And we need to see the strength and the power of our resistance in our common struggles of colonization. I have seen here that 165 countries have received medical collaboration from Cuba all throughout the years. We have made efforts to eliminate illiteracy all throughout Latin America. We have made great efforts, and of course we still have many challenges. But I believe that the more sincere we are when discussing these challenges and understanding them together, we will be stronger. This is why these encounters and these discussions are so important, but also, of course, recognizing the work of our revolutions. Here in Venezuela, 25 years, this revolution has been more than harassed. Many times it seems that they were going to destroy it, but here is the Venezuelan people. Yesterday we went to a commune. I wrote it down here. Juan Carlos said that we needed to laugh, that we needed to enjoy. Here in the left, we need to rejoice, we need to recognize the conquests that we have achieved. It was this commune, El Panal. We were in the 23 de Enero parish, And there was music, there were kids dancing and playing, and there were people from Colombia, from Argentina celebrating. We cannot believe that this is minor in the face of everything that they have tried to destroy. There in the commune with the Venezuelan people, with the comrades, with the brigade. And I asked, how long has that brigade been here? And almost 20 years in solidarity, building the revolution in Venezuela. This is not minor. We need to be capable of recognizing that, of internalizing that and grow with that. And I wanted to talk about what we're doing in grassroots movements and the tasks that we have to face, that single imperialism that will never stop harassing us. They will never resolve our contradictions through discussions, through dialogue. They will never give us a piece of freedom. That possibility does not exist. We need to fight constantly. This is just a promise that is better not to believe. We need to fight every single day to deepen what we have built, taking care of everything but expanding as much as we can. And there are brothers and sisters here from every country that are included in ALBA movements, and this was a project that was born from the dream of Fidel and Chavez, saying that they wanted to face all of this, believing in ALBA, believing in the beauty and the hope of a new day. And we are going to build with these movements a process of unity that will enable us to take each other's hand, to know what we're doing, and to strengthen our struggle. And ALBA Movements has been alive for 15 years, resistant with a process of articulation that has some elements. I'm not going to mention all of them, but I think that in terms of a task to face imperialism, it is good to mention some of the lines that we are building together. One is related to put on our shoes, to go run and meet each other, to know where we are, to build the unity that the left needs to build. This cannot be dogmatic. It cannot be just a slogan. We need to create and build patiently. We need to know each other's identities. That is why we need to know about those who struggle for institutionality. We cannot remain in the periphery of politics. We cannot remain in the useless resistance. We need to manage publicly. We need to know that nothing is perfect and that bravery is also in those spaces, because sometimes we believe that we're braver and that mobilization only happens on the streets. That is important, but the creativity of people in productive processes is also very important. That is why communes are a great example for the whole region, and also the processes of organization of neighborhoods happening in Argentina and the struggles in the Colombian people. That is richness, is our resistance. Building our community by disputing institutionality in our experiences of creating dialogue, not only within the region, in Latin America and the Caribbean. We need to share with other regions of the world what is happening in Africa. We don't know very much of what is happening in other continents, and I know that Stephanie can talk about this. Everything that is happening in the African continent in terms of decolonization and a process of liberation is extremely important. We need to dispute ideologies as well. We need to constantly discuss and have conversations with the whole society. We cannot remain at the grassroots. Sometimes we fall into a routine of policies because of commitments, because of routine, but they are not enough to dispute hegemony. We need to talk with the whole society, and this is a great challenge. But sometimes people don't want to do it because they don't care, because they don't understand. But we cannot remain in the comfort zone. We need to go out and talk about our project. We need to explain this project, not with speeches. We need to work, that is, and show the work of our project. And this is our collective work. The collective subject is the people, and the organized people is going to take charge of the revolution. Otherwise, the revolution does not exist. And this is what we have learned in Latin America, because the people makes the revolution. Otherwise, that is not possible revolution. The people need to face critically imperialism. Otherwise, we will not be anti-imperialists. And this is an educational process. And this is not going to happen magically. We need to organize this intentionally. We need to subordinate our struggle strategy, and we need to do it commonly in the sense, in the methodology. And it does not mean that we're going to have a single center that dominates everything. What we need to share consciously where we're going with the people. People need to know, people need to join to our struggle that the peoples of our region have always had when we talk about freedom, when we talk about justice, because the people know that what they deserve. Thank you very much.
Imperialism is a force, and we need to fight against imperialism. We need to understand what a revolution is. There's nothing perfect. Courage exists in productive processes. We need to talk to society as a whole, explain the project. Either the people does revolution, there will be no revolution. Thank you very much. Very well. Now we're going to give the floor to Tebogo Padu from South Africa, member of the South African Communist Party, the party of Jan Slogo. This party is part of the tripartite alliance governing South Africa after the apartheid, together with the African National Congress and the Congress of South African Trade Unions. Tebogo is a member of the Chris Hani Institute, a group of left-wing experts created in 2003 by the South African Communist Party and the Congress of South African Trade Unions. The Chris Hani Institute participates in the battle of ideas to develop alternatives to neoliberalism and to deepen the bonds between the intellectual and progressive people. You can speak from there, or you can stand up and speak from this microphone. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
And let me say that it's an honor for me to be here on behalf of the Chris Hani Institute and the South African Communist Party. I think this is my second visit to Caracas. The last time I was here was 20 years ago. I think we were on a conference, a world conference, a world gathering, I think in the presence of our great leader, Comrade Chavez, where we talk much more similar topic that dominates this conference today. That it is not so much about what we are opposed to, but whether we have a capable of building another world, and said another world is possible. And my thought for this conference is that I want to focus on the very category of imperialism. And just picking up from my colleague from Cuba and earlier presenters, that I think the framework of imperialism remains very much more important, more relevant than ever in understanding the world and also the methods of struggle against imperialism, against capitalism. You know, there were some few years ago, if you could remind, words like imperialism in many corners of the world were disappearing, actually replaced by loose concepts which are very benign of globalization and so on. Not only among the right wing parties and movements, but also within the left. We started more and more talking about globalization, 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 and the concept starts to disappear and disappear. But I think, as even this conference has highlighted, under the theme hyper-imperialism, is that more than ever, what Lenin said in 1916 or 15 when he wrote his book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, what we see now is capitalism that is indeed more hyper, more decadent, more arrogant, and more aggressive. In a world that is increasingly fragile, in a world that the very existence of humanity is in question. So from that particular point of view, I would like to suggest, in line with the words of this topic, one imperialism, one enemy, that perhaps it's important that irrespective of our geographics, where we come from, our language, our backgrounds, there are commonalities, not only in understanding what we are talking about when we say imperialism, but there are also commonalities or similarities in our struggles themselves. And I think there is no such obvious example of such commonalities than the case of the struggle in Palestine and the struggle, I would argue, in South Africa. The history of these two struggles clearly reveal to light the similarities of struggles that appear too distant to each other historically. Yet, we see many, many commonalities that I would like to share, and probably maybe they can bring some light of what a solidarity movement could look like based on that experience today. The first thing I want to highlight is that both the state of Israel and apartheid state share common characteristics when it comes to how they emphasize the question of power, in the sense that their own existence depended on the massive support of imperialist powers from the north. Without imperialist support, apartheid will not have lasted the way it has lasted for years. No question about Israel on that similar conclusion. The second point is how the people themselves responded to that apartheid or a Zionist regime. It is unlike traditional liberation struggles. Here in South Africa and in Palestine, ours was much more an urban struggle. Our guerrilla base were the townships. As in Gaza, those are the sites of struggles. Townships like Soweto and Gaza and Western Bank were not just places for concentration camp or open prison gates. there were also signs of resistance, of struggle, but also of looking for alternatives within those spaces. I'm talking about the fact that in both these sides of struggle, Palestine and South Africa, that is where majority of the oppressed are located. The enemy was far away. It lived in the suburban areas, in well-developed areas. But Gaza and Soweto were townships where the struggle took place to shape the trajectory of our revolutions. And the most important point I would like to highlight is that it was a struggle that combines both above ground struggle but also underground struggle. Well, not to the level of our comrades in Gaza, where when they talk about underground, they really mean underground tunnels and underground networks. But nevertheless, a struggle where we rely on our historical support basis to resist, to be more resilient. The armed struggle was also rooted in those territories. In South Africa, we may not call them occupied territories, but they were more of the same as we see in Palestine. The Intifada of Palestine came to be an inspiration for the struggles that took place in the 1980s in South Africa, that eventually led to the defeat of the apartheid regime and forced it to negotiate on people's demands, on people's terms. So that's one important element I would like to emphasize. But what were the global response to these struggles? More than anything, both the struggles share, again, similarities. The anti-apartheid movement worldwide, east, west, north, south, more than anything resemble what is now happening in our fight for ceasefire, in our fight for the release of political prisoners in Israel, in our fight for ensure that the negotiations that take place lead to a free Palestine, not anything determined by the West. So it's very important to connect the two. Both the domestic struggles are telling us, those of us in the world, what to do. Is that we must respond, yes, through solidarity movements to boycotts, but our messages must be the same. One enemy, one imperialism. Our demands must speak to each other with the struggles of the Palestinians themselves. This is what we learned in South Africa. We demanded more than similar demands that are now advanced by the people of Palestine. We demanded for the release of political prisoners. We demanded for the unbanning of political individuals who are banished in their homes. We demand for the return of exiles who were forced to flee or leave their homes and live in exile. those were the kinds of demands that were not from the terms of the ruling classes that supported apartheid. The same ruling classes that are supporting apartheid Israel. These are the forces through United Nations, through international platforms, they continue to veto the freedom of the Palestinians. In the same way as they consistently vetoed against apartheid. But thanks to the struggles of the millions of the people all over the world, thanks to the demands of the people of South Africa that were echoed in the voices of millions of people across the world, there was unity, one message against imperialism. It is important from that context, maybe even to amend our understanding of imperialism, that imperialism is not just much about a foreign policy. It is also about your own domestic policy. As Lenin said, imperialism is not just about external expansion, but it's also about monopoly capital. So we need to combine our domestic policies and our foreign policies. They must speak to each other. It doesn't make sense as we in the movements are calling for a different foreign policies of our governments in other capitals of the world, but domestically we are pushing a different agenda that is not anti-imperialist in itself. That doesn't assert for the need for national sovereignty, the need for the resources of the country to be in the hands of the majority. So that is very, very important to highlight these particular points. And lastly, again, just to talk about why this important point of connecting, that the struggles, our different struggles must speak to each other in a way, metaphorically, that how do my struggle or our struggle in a particular part of the world of people who may not be like me, but are pursuing, I hear the voices that are much more similar, like the voices in South Africa, the voices in other lands, that they may not, I could not hear the songs clearly, but the songs are also of a commonality. The struggles must communicate if we are indeed to take the struggles forward. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Construir otro mundo es posible. El imperialismo es hoy más decadente, más agresivo que en 1916, cuando Lenin escribió El imperialismo, fase superior del capitalismo. Hay similitudes y cosas comunes en la lucha de nuestros pueblos. Las similitudes aparecen históricamente en la lucha de los pueblos. El sionismo está sustentado en Israel de la misma manera que el imperialismo sostuvo el apartheid en Sudáfrica. La lucha de Gaza guarda gran similitud con la lucha del pueblo sudafricano contra el apartheid. La intifada palestina ha estado inspirada por la lucha anti-apartheid de los años 80 y 90 del siglo pasado en Sudáfrica. Nosotros debemos aprender a combinar nuestra política interna con nuestra política internacional. Muchas gracias, Tebogo Padu. Ahora le damos la palabra a Nahuel Michalski, filósofo argentino, que tiene una ponencia que él tituló Batalla cultural contra las nuevas derechas entre la soberanía y el neocolonialismo. Nahuel es filósofo, investigador y docente argentino. Es creador del canal de YouTube.
Teacher in Argentina, he is a creator of a YouTube channel, Charlas de Filosofía, Philosophy Talks, where he talks about philosophy and politics. His channel has over 32,400 subscribers. I'm sure you have a little more now. He's a professor of philosophy in the University of Buenos Aires and the National University of Comahue. He has a PhD in social sciences and humanities from the National University of Rio Negro. Welcome, Nahuel Michalski. Good afternoon. I stand up because I was sitting for many hours. Better for circulation. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I never thought that a project of politicization and dissemination of philosophy that started in a little room in the far lands of Patagonia, where I live, which are being occupied cruelly, would bring me to this place. And I am eternally grateful for this space, eternally grateful to the organizers, and also grateful for knowing this homeland, these people, the beauty of this process, and also grateful for having learned so much today, because I think we also came here to learn and to listen to the others. So I will leave here full of richness and in love with everything that has happened here. There is something that I find very interesting and essential in this meeting, is the political bets. This is not common in this world in which the cultural tide goes in the other way. Today, the politics of the peoples and the fragmentation and the weakening of the values and ideals have become the cultural and ideological support for the overwhelming progress of its enemies. For the deployment that is more refined and subtle but extremely efficient. Yes, I go too quick. But extremely efficient of the historical techniques of subjection, domination, and control that we have struggled so much to resist in the greater homeland. The fascist practices of today, masked by the bureaucratic speeches at the service of colonialism, come from an individual that is understood as free, but it is only an atomized, desocialized individual without ethics and without politics, or configured under the ethics and the politics of the global markets, which are nothing but the private property of the executioners. That is why I reclaim the anti-postmodern political force that is being in play here, because this is a resistance in the face of a global scenario in which the exclusion of then the return to colonialism to processes that come together. In this regard, I am called by the intention to use all the weapons that we have to face this scourge that is affecting our region, this common enemy that is making efforts to make us believe that they won the story. Among them, we find the theoretical and the practical weapons provided by the philosophical tradition, especially in the finished philosophy, which is the political one, as Aristotle said, and then Claude Lefort, the philosophy of the humanly possible, which Marx also discussed with the liberals, which is about a process that is unavoidably conflictive, and it is a historical as irresolute. It is not completely redeemed, as Enrique Dussel would say. Because what we're talking about today is about our homelands that are chained by those that live off our working class blood. This is our original wound, a symptom that, according to diverse configurations, does not stop in insisting in the return and the repetition of these wounds. Because, as Walter Benjamin said, when the wounds of history are not resolved, the consciousness in the consciousness of our peoples, they repeat themselves, and as any other symptom, they repeat but come stronger. The philosophy for us today should become a therapeutical power, a revolutionary power, a power that is capable to face the disease that is in the bodies of our territories, weakening them and taking their sovereignty. I refer to the spiritual and material disease of colonialism. One of the keys to think about this and resolve it, because theoretical diagnostics are only there to do something with them, is the intersection between the practices of colonialism and our culture. Peron said in this regard, it is difficult to talk about this being a Peronist. In this time so charged of lies and shadows, the enemy of culture is imperialism, that to comply with its ends breaks the ties of international solidarity and creates ideas of solidarity that are fake or encourages fights between the peoples of South America. Later, Commander Hugo Chavez said, the consolidation of our revolution is strictly linked to the transformation of consciousness. And the consciousness can only be transformed through culture. If we do not transform culturally the mentality of our patriots, we will never achieve our objective. We will have to repeat that we have planted our seeds in the sea. So the material domination that is exerted on us comes together with a spiritual domination about the ideas and the effects of our people, which is done by the media and the apparatuses of propaganda operated at a global scale. A spiritual domination that has permeated through our professors, researchers, academics, and scholars. That is why Arturo Asrechi was talking about educational colonialism. Let us look at the Argentinian case. A few months ago, an expression started in Argentina that then became the slogan of a political project that is defined by being at the service of colonial and imperial superpowers, which have been the natural enemies of our sovereignty in our region. Superpowers which are occupying my country, by the way. I refer by the expression that we all know, Long Live Freedom, damn it. As we can see, this phrase responds directly to the objectives of imperialism, that is a partner of the new Argentinian government, the guerrilla or Cipacho government, as we call it. And it takes to our people this idea that belongs to the rebellious or revolutionary field. And this is the first contradiction. In the new rights, this is the mechanism. The new rights, of course, it's not true, because they only respond to the old ideas in the economy and politics. They become our territory into an area that can be easily permeated by our common enemy. I think that it is time that we assume again the logic of friend, our enemy, and how we are going to face our problems. How are we going to face the disease, the colonial disease that we have with the philosophic categories that given by our enemies? If they look at us as enemies and as subjects, how can we look at them from the notions of the bourgeois democracy, and including the tolerance of what is intolerable? This is something that our academies should reflect upon. But let's go back to the question. The rights, thanks to the technological power that they have, working hand in hand with the real power, and we know that this is not reduced to government management, they won the cultural battle. They won this battle by common sense. They won the battle of perception, of comprehension, and emotionality of our people. They even kept the concepts of rebelliousness and revolution. Today, to be a rebel and revolutionary is to belong to the right and to legitimize practices of the right. And that is why they won the battles in politics and in economics. Well, as we all know, and it has been taught by the liberators of the greater homeland, the spiritual domination of a people is necessary for the material domination that comes after. For decades, the Argentinian Republic and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and our Latin American brothers have seen this: the control of the enemy over our territories and natural resources cannot lack an ideological war that has been declared upon us in every possible plane. I refer to what Noam Chomsky, who has denounced the way in which his own country, the American empire, uses these practices of domination, has called media terrorism, because it is a terror that comes over the mentality, the affectivity, and the people in the permanence of the transmission of images and data. And we know that this is not truly immediate, even if the massive consumption makes it seem so. At most, what we have is the immediate consumption of images, data, and narration, but they have already been mediatized by the real power. They have been already designed to be linked to specific effects within the core of the civilian layer. This is the key of the knot that has been established between imperialism and culture. Talking about a cultural battle is talking about the material domination of the colonialists is exerted upon us through spiritual domination, something that, by the way, Plato has already seen in its allegory to the cavern over 500 years ago. 2 millennia have passed after the elaboration of that philosophical work of art, and many people are still inside the cavern in the media agenda. Influencers, journalists, and those counter-revolutionaries in social media. Many of them are paid by those who want to promote the return to colonialism. We need to ask ourselves, why do these agendas, speeches, slogans, propaganda are so strong, are seductive? What is the persuasion of these slogans? This is only the freedom to die in the hands of the enemy occupying our lands, to live from them. I believe, in this respect, that the totalitarianism of global markets that we are facing today, concentrated by nature, which are not free or spontaneous at all, global markets that concentrate the sovereignty of the national states, and they are capable to submit these states. These narratives, these speeches, this propaganda are in society for elementary reasons, because sectors of the people, certain sectors of the populations, find that they are not properly informed or educated, and they are disappointed. Probably all the promises have not been fulfilled. And then there is unrest. And this happens in every area of life. When we have unrest, we select other alternatives. It happens with our jobs, with our friendships, with our partners. And of course, this happens with a political project of nations or states. Nation-states have not risen to the challenge of the circumstances, and the impossibility of complete satisfaction, and to rise to this challenge of history is related to the infiltration of the enemy in our very institutions, and especially when these institutions are being created. In one way or the other, people were not properly informed about this. Time is a tyrant. I only have 1 minute. This is an unconscious process, of course. Following Spinoza, sometimes we are unconscious of the structures that are submitting us. We are not ignorant, or as some psychologists said, that we have collective psychopathologies. We should never underestimate the wisdom of a people, but it can happen, and under determined circumstances, we are not capable of knowing exactly what is destroying us. For all these reasons, it is time to rely on our history, to materialize it, to be united and organized to the destinations that are for us, and spiritually and materially for the process of resistance and revolution that our greater homeland wants to consecrate for decades. It is time that the nation-states do what they need to do to recover clear comprehension, clear perception, the imaginarium, and the love for the people to which they serve and from which they come from. It is time to recover the common sense of our people so that it is not taken by our enemies. And this new common sense, our common sense of the working class, will guide their body, their happiness, their pleasure, their pain, their life, and their death. We need to pronounce clearly with all the state has for this about who are our real enemies and the responsible for the colonial catastrophe that we are going to live. While we entertain with foreign images in the cavern of Plato, while we're enjoying our own self-destruction, it is time for the peoples to know the definition of the freedom that saves them and the one that destroys them. It is time that this is shown through all the possible means owned by the state, that Aristotle, Marx, Simon Bolivar, Martí used, because they have left us other political definitions of freedom, and unlike the individualist and bourgeois definition, goes to our social collective interests. It is time to show that solidarity overcomes the competition and aggression that we are subject to, that the individual only exists to the organized community of which it's part of, and the nation state that provides it. It is time to announce that our cultural battles have been lost in order to recover them. And the true menace for the foreign that are owned, the corporations that want to educate our children. Today, more than ever, we should only not talk about friends and enemies, but we also need to identify precisely the enemies of the people. And from there, to use the expression of Juan Domingo Perón, if he were alive, he would have been a friend of the Bolivarian Revolution. He said to the enemy, justice.
It is very bad to be the bad guy of this movie and pushing you to finish. It is clear that I would like to take note of all the messages sent by our panelists. But it's so rich, it's difficult. I vindicate the political ethics that is demonstrated here. We need to use all the weapons to fight this evil and political philosophy. Philosophy should hit the disease in our bodies. He quoted Commander Chavez. The consolidation of our revolution is connected to consciousness, and this is also linked to culture. We can never substitute the will of the people. Thank you very much. Very well. Finally, we're going to give the floor to Stephanie Weatherby Brito for International People's Assembly of Mexico. She is the popular educator, founder of the International Assembly of the People, which is a process of encounter of more than 200 grassroots organizations, political parties, and left-wing trade unions around the struggle against capitalism and imperialism. In 2019, they met in Caracas to extend their solidarity to the Bolivarian Revolution. So I would like to give the floor to Stephanie. First of all, I'm a very disciplined person. I'm going to abide by the time allocated. It is indeed a pleasure to be in Venezuela. It's not the first time. For the International People's Assembly Venezuela, it's home, not only to us, but to the rest of the struggling peoples. And I'd like to tell you a personal anecdote of my first visit in Venezuela. I stayed in this hotel. I've heard many Chavez's speeches in here and UN, but the first thing I did when I got here, I turned on the TV to follow the electoral process, economic warfare, and the dynamic that was occurring in the country. And for half an hour, I was open-mouthed. I couldn't imagine. These guys are bad-mouthing the gringos, and in all channels, they are telling the truth to the gringos. That is why every time I come to Venezuela, I remember that without telling the truth, we cannot move forward. There is no democracy without truth. And today, I came here to tell the truth about the gringos. As a Mexican, I have the right and I have the duty to fulfill this task because we are grandchildren of Pancho Villas, who invaded the United States. He did that for 2 hours, but 2 hours which were very important. Now, recently, you organized a world meeting to discuss humanity. We engaged a debate in South Africa, which is also our home, the home for national liberation and against apartheid. And in this debate, with more than 70 countries, it was undoubtable that the main contradiction in this current juncture is imperialism. Latin America knows this very well. The development of our peoples should confront the obstacle placed by imperialism in the U.S. The U.S. does not allow our countries to develop because it doesn't suit them and it's not part of their interest. Arab countries in the northern of Africa, in the Maghreb, they know pretty well that democracy fostered by the Americans is fake. Countries that have not been able to develop their democracy because of the interests of the U.S. Europeans know that wars answering the interests of the U.S. bourgeoisie are destroying their budgets that today are required for social expenses in all the countries. Despite the danger of U.S. imperialism that was debated this morning, our main challenge is the ideological confusion regarding the current juncture. First, why we are not clear about the situation. The neoliberal and liberal ideology have closed our eyes. It is the limit of our construction. We cannot do anything beyond what neoliberalism and liberalism offer. The end of history tried to deny the possibility to dream beyond the brutal inequality and the alienation that neoliberalism is not offering, it's imposing on us. When we declare that the end of history, we deny the existence of alternative to neoliberalism. When they say the end of history has arrived, then there is a single possibility to organize the economy and society, namely liberal society and capitalism. They deny that there are alternatives different from those. There are alternatives. What about Cuba? What about Vietnam? What about China? What about Venezuela? From anti-Marxism, they foster reformism, social democracy. That is a straitjacket, ideological straitjacket. Why? Because based on those principles that we cannot go beyond neoliberalism, Well, those efforts limit and contain popular organizations. Popular organization should move forward more and more. It's not only to move forward until a given point and then the government takes on and the knowledgeable people takes on. No, the popular organization is the only one able to radicalize this and take us out of this crisis. The thing is that in the ideologies that have dominated over the last decades, popular organization is considered that useless. It is inconvenient. Those who see organization as a peril, they fear revolution. And the weakening of our organization opened the gate for fascism. And that's the danger of ideological confusion. Therefore, analytical confusions, the theoretical errors are hindering our political process. Today, there is ideological confusion regarding imperialism, for instance. This confusion posing that there is a multiplicity of imperialist forces that are disputing hegemony. This is just strengthening the United States. They argue that there is an existential struggle between the wild East and the civilizing West, the authoritarian East and democratic orderly West. Liberals are the only ones that should defend the West hegemony. Why should we do this? Why should we fear the end of the West hegemony if it colonized, enslaved, invaded us, sanctions us, and they throw bombs, they support Zionism? Because we think that it is better a good evil than a good process to know. So we shouldn't do this. We should hope for better possibilities. We cannot fear what we don't know. There is a large misunderstanding of the Chinese process. It is our task to understand this process. And in this regard, we're going to find, no doubt, contradictions, like in the process. But the existence of contradictions in the process does not mean that China is imperialist. It does not mean that they are disputing the hegemony with the U.S. We can criticize it, but we need to be coherent when we do so, and we need to use the tools that we so often mention. Imperialism is a very accurate process that includes a number of practices, political, financial, economic, and military practices that try to reproduce a social relation of exploitation of a class, and to that end, they deny our sovereignty. And in this regard, today, there is a single imperialism, namely the imperialism process led by the United States. In solidarity, we speak about solidarity in our meetings, and I have this comment to make. Over the last 2 years, the peoples of Sahel, and we have several courageous representatives here, and we are so happy to have them here. All the challenges they face for them to leave Africa and to come over here. Over the last 2 years, the Sahel people are in rebellion against neocolonialism, the French neocolonialism that oppresses and destroys any attempt of development for those countries. And its ally, as people in Sahel know, it is the U.S. imperialism. Neocolonialism in France is not self-sustained. It requires the support and intelligence and the economy and military support of the U.S. to maintain the position they occupy in the continent. When rebellions appeared on the screens in our phones, some were surprised to see peoples rising up And as they denounced the United States, they raised the Russian flag. Many were surprised and questioned that. Why are they raising the Russian flag? Are they confused? Is that we are confused, perhaps? And let me tell you that our role is not to challenge the path chosen by peoples to achieve their liberation. Our role is to join them in the struggle. We need to challenge how can we help them? And I'm convinced that we can do to support them is to accelerate the fall of U.S. imperialism. That is our role. We need to denounce imperialism with words, to criticize with demonstration, to resist it through our foreign policies in the progressive and revolutionary governments. We want the freedom of Haiti, the end of the siege against Cuba. We want a free Palestine. We want sovereignty in Sahel. So we need to attack the U.S. imperialism. The unipolar order is breaking down. Those ruptures are not occurring out of magic. What is provoking this is the resistance. The decision of Russia to stop NATO is the Palestine resistance is opening those gaps in the unipolar system. It's the struggle of the various continents which are fed up of this tragedy. For the revolutionary left, this represents an opportunity, and it is our task in this historical moment to play a protagonic role and a vanguard role, because those resisting imperialism is very heterogeneous, and not all forces are equally committed to the end of capitalism, as is the case in Venezuela. To fulfill this role, we need to have clear proposals, and the agenda proposed by us is precisely that. It is manifested by a position reflecting the actual reading of the moment, and to answer with unity among us to give results, concrete results. This proposal is the beginning, and for this to be more than a proposal is a strong organization to build the anti-imperialist front that Delcy mentioned this morning. Requires organization, organic base, mobilization capabilities, strategic communication process, formation plans, and our own mechanism to generate anti-hegemonic knowledge. This has been the ALBA project for many years, and it is the project of the Assembly of the Peoples. In this regard, we also need hope, as we was mentioned today. Our generation suffers the crisis of health problems because the material situation aggravates our hope, but political practice should lead us to the path of hope. What is the use of being conscious that our boss is fucking us if we do not have the hope that we can also fuck him? So the political fragmentation of our organizations, the theory that does not is married to practice, and the insecurity in enunciated our convictions is a lack of hope. So in closing, because as I said, I'm very disciplined, I am hopeful. I hope because our philosophy is the philosophy of possibility, of the people's power, of future. I'm hopeful because Palestine keeps struggling, because Niger said enough is enough. I'm hopeful because Venezuela is still saying, Yankees, go home. Thank you very much. There is no democracy if we do not tell the truth. Democracy sponsored by the US is fake. Our challenge is to overcome ideological confusion. The end of history denies the alternative that exists to the model. What is Cuba, China, Vietnam, Venezuela? Popular organizations should move forward and move forward always. Is the only one responsible to radicalize the struggle. Those who see organization as a peril, they fear revolution. There is a great misunderstanding about the Chinese revolution and process. There are contradictions, no doubt. There is a single imperialism, and it is the system led by the US. What we can do in order to support the struggling peoples is to ensure the fall of the US imperialist model. Thank you very much, Stephanie. With this, we close this panel. I've been responsible for moderating this panel. A moderator is there to moderate. And for someone who has never been moderating in his life, it's extremely difficult to fulfill this task. I thank the organizer for giving us this possibility to have such valuable panelists with so many contributions visiting us and inviting us to struggle, to learn, and to continue being as we are and to be better into the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to this panel. Please remain seated because we still have another panel. And this one will continue immediately after this one. So in this sense, we invite Manolo de los Santos from the US, Marta Martín from Spain, Abel Prieto from Cuba, and Messilin Goret from Brazil. So please join us. And Jennifer Mujica from the movement Future will be responsible for the moderation of this panel.
Up next, we will have the presentations related to the need of a common project, and we'll give the floor to Jennifer Mujica. Good evening. How are you? You still animated? Well, if the previous panel was a challenge, I think this one is a greater challenge. But we have decided to give our life, our spirits, our consciousness to the revolutionary struggle. Today, we have had several meetings, several fora, talking about the dangers and the threats to humanity, the decadence of civilization, understanding that we have a single imperialism, a single enemy, and we're going to conclude by thinking about the future, by thinking about the needs for a common project, recognizing, of course, the needs and the capacities of the collective struggles of our peoples. We have a very diverse panel. Some of you I already know. Some of you I have seen in the struggles all around the world. And to start, I will give the floor to Manolo de los Santos. He has a very long trajectory. Here I have a list of everything he does. He's an activist, people's educator. He works in the People's Forum in New York City. Welcome, Manolo. Long live Palestine. Long live Palestine. I just wanted to check if you're awake. Well, I believe that after a very rich day in debate and political exchange among the many forces of the left of the planet and in this region, I think there is an urgent question. This was a predominant question of the 20th century, but I think we forgot about it. The Leninist question. What to do? What to do in our time? What to do at a time that we could call a new era in the struggle of national liberation, in the struggle for sovereignty and for dignity. To know what to do, I think at starting points of the world that we want to see, of the world that we want to create, needs to be October 7. October 7 was the day in which Palestinians left the concentration camp called Gaza. They rised against Zionism, against imperialism, and they did the impossible. They created their own Moncada at a time where we thought it was impossible. Somebody said that we are living at a time of genocide. We are seeing 24/7 genocide against the Palestinian people. But there is a story, there is an important narrative that the peoples have not remained silent in the face of this reality. In every capital of the world, in every city of the world, there has been an affirmative response, not only demanding the ceasefire, not only saying no to genocide, but also affirming as never before in 7 decades of Zionism and Israeli occupation, a scream for the liberation of the Palestinian people. The reality is that we are seeing an awakening of the people. It is important to remark 3 factors in this process. First, our route to liberation is very much related to political mobilization. Not giving the streets to the right, not giving the streets to our enemies, not allowing their domination of the narrative, not in social media, nor in the streets. Without this political mobilization, we will not be able to talk about Palestine or liberation 6 months after.
Second, we need to recognize that an even more important factor is the resistance and the armed struggle of the Palestinian people, which against all odds, against all difficulties, is still resistant and is still defeating. And finally, a factor that sometimes is the most difficult to understand for us, because there is an obedient left for the capital, for imperialism, that wants to take on a policy of purity, a policy that does not want to get dirty with reality or with power. Everything related to political mobilization, to armed resistance, would have not been possible without the political and the diplomatic pressure of friendly governments such as Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and the countries of ALBA. Sometimes we cannot distinguish if the ambassadors of ALBA are the ambassadors of Palestine in international spaces. It was China, a country that we did not expect, that talked about the rights of the Palestinian people to defend itself and to create its sovereignty. In the face of all this, we recognize that Palestine opens its doors. It's opening its doors for a new moment of liberation. And we cannot talk about liberation if we don't talk about unity and organization, which is such a complex issue. In this case, we have multiple articulations, multiple organizational space, and multiple organizations that have been working for even a century to favor the peasants and the peoples. But the reality is that in this 21st century, unity and organization escapes us. This is the time to unite our efforts. I invite you all to read the document that we have shared because there is a very important call within this document, which is the fight for democracy, the fight to democratize all institutions, all spaces, and not with a bourgeois and decadent democracy, as decadence as imperialism, because it is incapable of providing solutions. It is incapable of providing responses to the dilemmas and the crises faced by humanity. And in this process, I wanted to share with you what we have been doing in the International Assembly of the Peoples, because I don't want to talk from the abstract. I don't want to talk about ideas. I want to talk about real projects. The International Assembly of the Peoples is very much related to the political revolutionary process that was born in Caracas, Venezuela, and it gathers grassroots movements, trade unions, political parties of the left, which together have understood the need to create unity. Unity that cannot be imposed, as cannot be imposed the consciousness in these times. It is a unity that is worked little by little with the help of our peoples. And in this unity, we have had to work against some temptations affecting the left nowadays. The temptation of sectarism, of bureaucracy, the temptation of demobilizing ourselves, the temptation of defeat and not take on hope as a priority. And as part of the process of the International Assembly of the Peoples, we have insisted upon putting on the table the need that we cannot have unity organization if we do not insist on political training. Political education is even more important than oxygen itself. How are we going to breathe and provide oxygen to our struggle if we do not train for the struggle itself? How can we talk about unity and organization if we don't have a cultural front? If we are not in the battle of ideas and emotions? How can we talk about unity and organization if we do not face the issue that the main think tanks of the world belong to the big capital? Where are the think tanks of the left? We need to unite our criteria, our research, and we need unity and organization, and this requires the people. We cannot forget that the people are the main players of our history. They are the ones that are going to transform our history. And as part of this process of the International Assembly of the Peoples, we have a debate for almost 2 years studying what we understood as the dilemmas of humanity, which was greatly discussed today. Communists are very good talking about crisis, but what are our proposals? Since the fall of the Soviet Union, we have been fearful to mention certain words. But we want to affirm that our struggle today is a struggle for socialism. This socialism needs to be based upon the concrete analysis of our reality and upon the creativity of our people. A socialism needs to be built based upon the actions and the day-to-day efforts in the search for solutions for the problems that were created by capitalism. This socialism needs to be based upon the generation of a new consciousness among the people, the young people, and to go back to the independent organization of our class. The struggles addressing the basic and concrete needs are essential to move forward in a socialist project. In the face of challenges presented by capitalism nowadays, we already see genuine solutions in the core of our peoples. We see it in the work of the Venezuelan people, we see it in the work of the Cuban people, and we see it in the struggles of the South African people, in their struggle for housing. We see it in the work of popular doctors in the Philippines. We see it in the people without land. And this struggle for socialism cannot put aside the fight for democracy, the fight for sovereignty and for self-determination, knowing that only in socialism will we be able to achieve our rights fully. Finally, this struggle for the new world that we want requires the comprehension that unity, organization, our internationalism are not an option, are not a tactical matter that can be debated here. Whether yes or no, we're going to work internationally or we're going to unite. These are necessary strategies to defeat capital. Without unity and without organization, we will not be able to defeat imperialism or capitalism. The slogan that is presented is that we need to put fear behind, but I could go a little beyond. We need to put cowardice behind. We need to be, as Palestinians, we need to be willing to give everything, our life, our blood, our land, for the new world that we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manolo. Beautiful reflections. So the task is to liberate us, and unity is urgent in order to guarantee liberation, our liberation and the liberation of the peoples. And now I give the floor to Marta Marin of the Communist Party of Valencia, Spain. She's a feminist, vice president of the democratic movement in Spain, working on gender equality, militant of the territorial movement of the PC of Spain and Izquierda Unida. You have the floor. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to organizers, the Bolivar Institute and ALBA-TCP. I'm so pleased to be surrounded by peoples fighting to be free. By Palestine, Nicaragua, Cuba, and the homeland of Bolivar. A dignified people with worthy institutions and a worthy worthy President, I'm so proud to be here as European. Before starting, Brother Hadwe, they cannot domesticate us, they cannot subjugate us. Given the current situation with the increase of war tension, it is essential to address the debate on the configuration of an international order which is in transition, and also to address the model of security underpinning it. From a historical perspective, we need to remember how in October 1945, with humanity horrorized by the barbarism of the Second World War, with the destruction and death, the United Nations were born as an international instrument to address conflicts peacefully and through negotiations. At the same time, they proposed to have mechanisms to promote economic progress in all countries. Therefore, the UN Charter defines an comprehensive security model. This climate of cooperation of states that were victorious in the war against Nazi-fascism is destroyed in 1947 with the Cold War and the U.S. policy of the rollback. Divided the world in two blocks of countries confronted, annulling in practice the comprehensive security model defined by the UN Charter, and replacing it by another security model based on nuclear deterrence with the armed and terrorist weapons such as NATO. This security model gave rise to a spiral of continuous growth of military arsenals in benefiting the U.S. military companies and send the fund to ensure economic progress, social progress of least developed countries to be devoted to the armed race. So a consequence of this new security model was to annul in practice the United Nations as an instrument to address conflicts through diplomatic means, and it was reduced simply a reflection of the interests of the United Nations, using it in order to benefit itself in various occasions, such as the Korean War, the criminal blockade against Cuba, coercive unilateral measures against Venezuela, and now in the case of the genocide against the Palestinian people. Today, a few minutes ago, I read in RT, because since I'm here, I can't read RT, because in the free and democratic Europe, RT is banned, because there is no media freedom, and Europeans to know what these lackeys are just saying. We need to be here, and the Security Council of the UN has vetoed the possibility of Palestine to become a state. Zionism is shooting because the United States is helping them. The end of the Cold War and the implosion of the Soviet Union led to replace the Soviet Union by another enemy, international terrorism. And they declared a necessary war to strengthen the military power of the United States. As a matter of fact, they justified the intervention of the U.S. in any place in the planet. Through this project against terrorism, the world is not safer, and NATO has the right to intervene in any place of the world. And why do I say all this? Because the U.S., the empire, and its lackeys, they want to create a unipolar world to preserve their hegemony. In January 2021, the U.S. recognized that they lost the political initiative and they're decadent, and they're proposing to regroup what they call democratic countries to face what they call authoritarian countries, going back to the Cold War in order to dominate the different zones of the planet. So in this process, the United States defend unilaterally and define their enemies as systemic and force the rest of their allies to align with these decisions. However, the U.S. have not reached their objectives since countries qualified as systemic enemies have not reacted in creating a similar economic bloc, but rather fostering multilateral international relations premised on mutual benefit. So the juncture marked by this attempt of confrontation and to go back to a system of blocs, faced with this, we need to use multilaterality. And the latest summit of BRICS show the path. So we need to bet on the defense of a model of shared security, a security model that abandoned the arms race. So we use these military expenses in order to favor the development of least developed countries, because oligarchs and capitals, they want a strategy to feed violence and of armed conflicts whose consequences are paid by working classes. For months, we see a growing declarations by the US and the EU fostering war against China and Russia. So, faced with them, that endanger the life on the planet, we need to continue working with unity to defend multilateralism with a movement in order to take to the peoples the idea that only through a wide social mobilization, trade union mobilization, we can stop this barbarism and open the path to progress for humanity. And in closing, we need to defend the struggle against wars, the use of diplomatic and political tools to resolve conflicts peacefully. We cannot use criminal blockade and unilateral coercive measures against people who wish not to be any longer the backyard of the U.S. We need to demand the reduction of armed expenses and that we give up using war as an instrument of human relations, to use money for cooperation among the peoples, to reduce the concentration of military power and to orient defensive policies towards comprehensive defense, non-military integral defense, and where peoples participate fully. We need to continue working to put an end with the military arm of imperialism, a terrorist movement which is NATO. The only war that we need to wage until final victory is the war against neoliberalism, imperialism, Islakis, through solidarity, and to say clearly, as Silvio said, that the eagle will not continue to attack free peoples. Long live free and sovereign peoples. And as we said in Venezuela, that we need to know that you will not prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marta, because of your excellent reflection you were making about those who try to define the democratic project. Those reaffirm that we are on the right path and that our alternative project is the one that will guarantee an alternative for a better world. And what better example than to have Abel Prieto here next to me from Cuba. He is a writer and he is a Cuban politician and a congressman to the People's Assembly, and I will give the floor to him. Thank you, brothers, sisters. I feel that I need to start by thanking ALBA-TCP, Arreasa, and Carlos Ron of the Simon Bolivar Institute for this opportunity. For me, it has been very important this day. Even though I arrived at 4:30 a.m. to my hotel room, I was a zombie. I'm still in automatic pilot. I apologize for my incoherences, but I told the ambassador that I was not going to be able to speak coherently today, but since you are friends, you will understand. But I have learned a great deal from everything that was said today. I was impressed by Stephanie's presentation, greatly impressed. And in Stephanie's intervention, she was talking about the single imperialism, and there are many elements that tell us how to act. And in Manolo's intervention, I don't know if you agree with me. Everyone who has spoken today have denounced many things, have said many important things, and with a lot of compassion. And they have also added something that is related to what the organizers are asking us to do, because we need to live here with a concrete action plan. And I agree with Manolo that we need to read the document. I have some remarks regarding the chapter of culture and the chapter on education, but just little things, because it is a great effort to offer an alternative that is different to these heinous worlds that we're living. So it is very important for all of us to read the document. And Stephanie was saying, because at some point I was going to talk about fragmentation in cultural terms, because we're living at a time in which people do not have an integrated vision of things. Everything is fragmented in the social media. Today, or a young man, a child can look at different messages from the celebrities, Shakira and Piqué, and then he sees images of the war. And there is a black beast of imperialism behind all of that. There are important things, but there are also trivial things, frivolous and unnecessary things that are bombarded on us through social media. It is immeasurable. And of course, this is damaging our intellectual capacity. We are being set back. We are going back. I'm not saying this. It's the educators, the experts who are saying this. And people are concerned all around the world regarding the setbacks in the capacity of concentration of young people, the capacity to express themselves, the reading comprehension. Because you can read, but then to understand what they wanted to say, it is another thing. But this is what is happening. And the fragmentation mentioned by Stephanie is real. It is about fighting for unity also in conceptual terms. Not wanting everyone to think the same thing all the time. This is not possible. But we need to put aside the unimportant aspects and to move forward from the beginning. And this is true. We need to be rigorous about this. It is true what Ariasa said this morning, because the left is being divided and divided in a suicidal manner, and the right acts as a bulldozer relentlessly. And Manolo was talking about unity and organization, and it is true. We need to work vigorously if we want to contribute to the death of the beast, because it is injured. It is like Moby Dick. I was talking about my favorite movie and my favorite novel. The novel is like a light reading, but when the monster is injured, it destroys the ship, it destroys the captain Ahab, and everything is destroyed. But it is the death, it is the final attack of the monster.
Of course, we need to try and survive after the death of the great beast. So we need to revise these documents. I like Yaniska's intervention very much. I was trying to find her. She's a Cuban princess. She's wonderful. Yaniska said many very important things about how to work on the unity, how to work on this. She was talking about the importance of these encounters because we recognize each other. Because one of the traps in the plan against the left and against anyone dreaming about an alternative world, one of the traps is to put in their head that they are crazy, that they are a Quixote, that they are completely isolated without a future, that they live in a desert, that they have no alternative to find people listening to them. But when you find extraordinary people coming from so many different parts of the world, and you realize that they have the same concerns, the same ideas, that they think in similar terms as we do, this is extremely encouraging. And Janiska said, we need to find each other, we need to recognize each other, we need to discuss. She said we need to go out and talk about the project with society as a whole. And I'm sure Janiska remembers this. In the special period time when the socialist field was destroyed in Americans, when they are to asphyxiate us, Fidel said, we need to work as missionaries, go from door to door, talking to people, from door to door, without getting tired of talking to people. That's what he said in that very hard period. And Janiska said that we need to train anti-imperialists. And Manolo said that we needed to form and to train revolutionary groups. People need to be prepared. And Fidel said this, free ourselves, emancipate ourselves with our own efforts, to decolonize ourselves. Because how can we train anti-imperialists, as Janiska said, if our people is looking to the north, astonished, looking at the trash, looking at Netflix, from dawn to dusk? That is all they do. What can we do? How can you make a pro-Yankee that is completely won by this terrible culture? How can you turn them into an anti-imperialist? This is a complicated process, and that was the obsession of José Martí. One of his concerns was that the new republic, the new independent republics, would look at the model in the north, in the United States. He said the United States had metallified, that's the word he used, to reach prosperity. And he said, damned the prosperity at such cost. He had a great concern that we would become that great model of in Latin America. And today in Cuba and around the world, through that trash industry, many people are completely colonized by it. It is painful. They don't even know it. They have no idea they are being colonized. And in Cuba, once it is December, you get out of your house and you see Santa Claus at the door of your house. Even in the state institutions, because it is what happens right now. It is the idiocy of thinking that what is Yankee is what is modern. If I have a store and I want to sell what I am selling, I try to find Yankee stuff because they have swag and they are in. Yes, yes. It is cool. So what is cool is to have Santa Claus in the door of your store. And if you're the salesman, you can wear Santa Claus's hat. It is unheard of. It is incredible to find someone in the Caribbean in summer wearing the Santa Claus hat. But these are the pathetic things done by colonized people. And we need to be extremely careful with this, especially those of you educators working with these missions, such as the Robinson mission. Simon Rodriguez was a great decolonizer. He said, we create or we err. This is that we are not going to try to imitate what they're doing in Paris or New York. We're going to invent ourselves. That is socialism of the 21st century. I think it is important that we reach the classrooms and popular education work with Paulo Freire. We need to read Paulo Freire. The concept of education of Paulo Freire should be a priority in the text that we are circulating right now. Paulo Freire said that the great cultural triumph of capitalism was that the poor people feel responsible for their misery, and they would never accuse the system. Tell me if he isn't right. It is extremely unsettling, but it is the truth. He said that the teacher could not come to the classroom and get on a stage so to talk from the students from above. It needs to be equal. This is a collective education. It cannot be like a tribunal of decolonization to tell students that reality show is going to fill you with toxicity, with poison. Don't watch that. If you do that, they are going to watch it more eagerly than ever, so that does not work. Prohibition does not work, it's useless. So we need to try and build a consensus to create a critical view, critical thinking. That is the battle of Attilio. He is the Mick Jagger of the left. He gave a conference in the House of the Americas. And when I presented him in the House of the Americas, I said that he's the Mick Jagger of the left. And then I showed a little video with Mick Jagger and him with the Rolling Stones. It was wonderful. It was a reel. I think that's what it's called in Instagram. I wish we could clone Attilio. That would be one of the great proposals of our plan, to clone somebody as Attilio, who is in social media every day, giving interviews, talks, and he sends everything through WhatsApp, and he said, become a digital warrior, and I get that at midnight, and I said, I wake up immediately. I am morally obliged to share everything he posts on my social media. And that's what we need to do. That event that Manolo was talking about, Colloquio Patria, that we held in Havana in March, was very interesting. For me, it was extremely interesting. And the topic of social media and the new world that young people manage so easily. And we are lagging behind because we come from the old culture, but this is decisive. Milei became a president. I don't know if Bruno is here, but he said this. He said that Milei did not use one banner in his election campaign. He did not visit any place. Do you remember that panel on Milei? I think Anika was there, Bruno. It was very impressive because he is a Frankenstein of social media.
He was completely created, fabricated in social media. Even though, as Attilio said, he was prepared by the media. He was interviewed several times in different channels as if he was an expert in economy, etc., etc. But the decisive strike was through social media. He did not use a single banner, a single poster. Nobody went to Cordoba. Nobody visited the cities. It was enough with social media for him. So this is going to make us think about this, because they create this kind of puppet, this Frankenstein, and they become leaders. And it is difficult to say this, but they become leaders. And Janiska also said that unity cannot be dogmatic. This should be included in everything we do. We cannot work around dogmas. We need to expel dogmas from the temple, as Jesus did with the merchants. We cannot be a revolutionary if we are dogmatic, and this is the truth. And Stephanie said something that also left me thinking. You get used to the unavoidable, to look at capitalism and neoliberalism and exploitation and all these forms of modern slavery as something unavoidable, as a fatality. They want to insert this in your brain. And Vice President Delcy also gave a very good presentation. She was talking about social media. She was saying that they are at the service of the annihilation of national cultures. And many other researchers call it colonization 2.0. But we need to take this seriously. In the chapter on education, we need to educate the new generations so that they are on social media without being manipulated. That is the education. Of course, they cannot leave social media because that is oxygen for them. They cannot live without them, but they need to understand that they can be manipulated. They can be dragged to places that are not related to what they need or even to what they think, because the problem is that social media work not only on your reasoning, but also on irrational things such as emotion and sentiment. And the Vice President was saying that, talking about Yankees and the blackmail that they wanted to exert upon Venezuela with the suspension of the license, to get on the election issues of a country. These are things that were done by the CIA in uncovered operations, but now they do this in the light of day. Well, they are killing a whole people in the light of day. I have never seen so many dead children, so much crime, so much blood. It is heinous, and they are doing it, and they continue to support Israel. And in the UN, they also vetoed another resolution for Palestine. It was not accepting Palestine as a member state of the UN, so they are supporting genocide. We need to remember something. I remember this when I listened to the Vice President talking about the fascist component. In 1937, in Valencia, Spain, the Cuban intellectual Juan Marinelli, but it was the Republican Spain that was already cornered by fascist hordes, by Franco. In that Spain, Marinello said that it is not possible to fight against fascism without attacking the twin brother, which is imperialism. They are twin brothers. Fascism and imperialism are twin brothers. There is no doubt. And I love that. I need to write it down. What she said, that they are offering Venezuelan officials visas to visit Disney World. That's a gem. Do you realize how idiotic they have become? It's funny, but also tragic. And she remembered the famous phrase of Rosa Luxemburgo, barbaric socialism. Ramon Grossfogel, who is here, my brother, a hippie from the 60s, I deeply admire him. A decolonizer, with all the words, from Puerto Rico. He has an absolutely unique vision of the colonial phenomenon and how to fight against it. And he said that the European Union has been Puerto Ricanized. The Americans have Puerto Ricanized the European Union. That the European Union has become a colony in the style of Puerto Rico. And he said something tremendous, and I talked to him about this in lunch, that imperialism plans wars carefully and then they invent the pretexts. And that is exactly what happens. That perversion functions in this way. They plan wars, they plan military interventions, what they did to us in 1898. They took victory from the Cubans. It was terrible. And then, afterwards, they invent the pretexts. And Ramon Grossfogel said that this benefits 7 companies of the military complex. I learned a great deal today. Even among dreams, because I was snoozing, but I was listening to everything said by my comrades. Attilio's intervention, for example, was a synthesis of what he said in the House of the Americas. He had 80,000 views in the first week. And what I said about Mick Jagger, I mean, I fall short with this comparison. Because I think that Mick Jagger is the Attilio Boron of rock music. Grossvogel was talking about what they're going to do now in our America, because they're looking at this as a national security issue. They look at our resources as their own. What he was saying about the Venezuelan Emtrasur plane that they destroyed, he was talking about that phrase by Martí. They believe in the barbaric right as their only right. In 1891, Martí said this. And Ramon Grossfogel was talking of the way Iran acted, how astute they were, and how we need to act. And I think we need to write down all of these, because it's not only the panel, the people in the panel that can talk about it, about the common project. All the time that we have been speaking about the common project, about the diagnosis and the common project. I was deeply moved. I don't know if Maria Fernanda is here. No, she's not here. She's at a meeting. But congratulations to you as well. I was very moved by the video that you played of Fidel and Chavez and the climate change issue. It is in an immersive room right now, the video. I was very moved by the video. It is extraordinary. And as I heard Arreaza said, after we revise and approve this plan, it is going to be submitted for the summits. Is that right? You work with AREASA, right? Then the ALBA-TCP governments should endorse this plan. So we need to take this revision seriously, the revision of the plan, as Manolo said. It is a repugnance that they have taken him out of the plane. As Attilio and Martí said, they believe in the barbaric right as the only rights. This is the last piece of paper, I promise. I have cloning Attilio written down here. Imagine what I wrote here. And then the issue of unity for Cuba, that was one of the obsessions of José Martí, the 10-year war. By the way, I believe that today we celebrate the 205th anniversary of the birth of José Manuel. That great war, the 10-year war, was liquidated not by the Spanish forces, but by the lack of unity due to regionalism, by petty things. We cannot allow that type of things to block our work of raising consciousness, of raising awareness. Of course, when there is a problem of principles, we cannot work together. And Fidel said this. Listen to what he said. He said that the revolution needs to inspire honest writers and artists that are not revolutionary to come closer to the cause of the revolution. And he said, we can only renounce to those who are incorrigibly against the revolution, those who are incorrigibly reactionary. So he was given the opportunity to rectify their counter-revolutionary behavior to come to the revolution, because that is the key. The key is ethics. If you are corrupt, you have no solution. The political ideas of a corrupt person should not even be considered. And this is said by Fidel and Juan Carlos Monedero. His intervention was also very interesting. I don't know if he's here. Yes, you can sit down. I'm going to say good things about you. Do not pass out. I liked very much his presentation because he said we need to leave people perplexed. He was talking about building units without sectorism and that we can win people perplexed. And that was what Fidel said. If someone is honest, even if they are counter-revolutionary, we can accept it. And Juan Carlos said that ALBA was like this, and AREASA reminded the great battle against the FDAA in Argentina, in Mar del Plata. I remember that it was very cold, and there was a great Cuban delegation, and Fidel was following point by point. Chavez was going to speak, and he did speak in the stadium in Mar del Plata. And Fidel thought about inviting Maradona to the march. And it was a genius idea, in my opinion. But when I talked to the people of the Summit of the Peoples, I have a friend who said, well, what are the political credentials of Maradona to lead the march? And I said, well, he is famous. He's a celebrity. He is on our side. Think about that. He was from the people, she said. I am an admirer of Maradona. I even met him in Havana in one of his treatments, and he was great, a great person. But that component, dear comrade, what you said, my friend asked, what are the political credentials of Maradona if he only kicks a ball? He did not understood the great play of Fidel. He didn't understand. But I was defeated by the objections, and I said, well, I'm not going to be an intermediary. And Fidel's leadership was so strong, so extraordinary that everyone understood immediately. And what they discussed was who was going to be to the right of Maradona and to the left of Maradona. But in the end, Maradona did not walk in the march. He went on a train. So my words were useless. Yes, I'm going to conclude. What Juan Carlos said about the quotes by Oppenheimer, and Arreaza talked about the burial of FTAA in 2005, that the option of the FTAA was defeated on the streets and by concrete actions. And when Juan Carlos Monedero talked about Felipe González, I was very interested because I had the great privilege to join Fidel in the Ibero-American summits. I was in the delegation, and Felipe González was in that summit. Menem was there. He was wanted by the police, but he was in the summits. Fujimori was not there. Violeta de Chamorro was also there, a witch. She was really a horrible group of creations. The idea was that the market was going to solve everything and that the state should not meddle with the economy, and that Fidel represented something else. And Felipe was a very astute and intelligent man, but he did not have the intelligence of some other people, and someday it will be known that he worked for the Yankees because the damage that he did to the Spanish left. Ramon is like Atilio, but not as present in social media, but he deserves to be. But in that summit, they wanted to present Fidel as a dinosaur about to be extincted, about somebody who was coming from the past, talking about socialism, communism, with the great triumph of the market. That there was a neoliberal euphoria at the time. And there was a guy, he was from Central America. He had been a minister, a pastor. He belonged to one of those Protestant religions. I don't remember the name, maybe Elias. He strongly criticized Fidel and Cuba for training so many professionals without a labor market for all of them. It was unheard of. That guy needed to be born again to have a gram of the greatness of Fidel. But that's what they did, and that was prepared by Felipe. I will conclude. I had something about Bolsonaro here, but I will not talk about Bolsonaro. I think about the idea of unity, and I should finish with this. It cannot be only a slogan or a dogma. We need to build upon unity with intelligence and flexibility and very carefully. There are things that we cannot solve in an assembly. You gather an assembly and the people raise their hands, or they don't raise their hands. Some people need to be seen separately. There are some things that you need to do, as they say in basketball, person to person. Not in the area, but person to person. I will leave Bolsonaro for the next time I'm invited. I am sure that you will not invite me again, but thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Abel. Cuba always has great reflections, great contributions, and it is a beacon of lights to be even a little bit as the Cuban people that is always present in our struggles. And as you also talked about Paulo Freire, I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Micheline Llorets from Brazil. She is a farmer, a peasant. We will conclude with her presentations. She is from the movement of rural workers and also works in the MCT coordination and in the international affairs branch. You have the floor. Well, it was my turn to finish the day. And since Abel said that Paulo Freire talked about the person who opened the Tribune was in a relationship of authority, I will speak from here. Thank you for mentioning Paulo Freire in this space, which for us has been a super important space for construction of this alternative agenda for the world that we are living in. Before starting, I would like to thank the Simon Bolivar Institute, particularly Carlos Torron. I'm sure he's running around. He's not here now. The Institute has been a very important tool to convene and to organize processes around the agenda of unity of the peoples of the world. And also, I would like to thank ALBA-TCP, Jorge Arreaza, who is just joining us in this task and in this commitment to put ALBA in the horizon, to build the project that Commander Hugo Chavez left for us. And this was a very powerful day in the sense of the analysis that we have made of the context that we're living. We see that it is not easy for humanity, so the challenge is a big one. I hope that all of you have done what Abel did as a good student, and you've written down everything about the presentations. It will be very important because what ALBA-TCP has brought as a proposal, which is included in the document, we can also contribute from what we interpret from the debates. On the need of a common project, I would like to mention some notes and some aspects
which are related to where we come from to build this project.
Some just ideas of collective processes of which is the summary of precise activities from ALBA movement and various processes that we have developed from Latin America and that we have contributed in order to build a common socialist project for humanity and especially for our continent. Therefore, this is not from the MST, but what we have systematized over the last 15 years. And it is an object of consensus of what we have built so far. So when we talk about a single project, a common project to confront the current juncture of imperialism, which is restructuring vis-à-vis the needs of the people, it is important to recover what we are doing. What we are debating today is essential. We are doing already many things, and it's important to share, to understand that we are building a process of society to oppose the society where capitalism is in crisis but is still imposing its values. For instance, the experience of communes in Venezuela. This is just an example that we are building a socialism from the grassroots and a socialism with participatory democracy, building a new life in a territory where production of life and reproduction of life makes sense and builds sense and in favor of a different humanity. Communes in Venezuela is a referent for us, and as well as the agricultural, cooperative and urban processes in the continent are also a reference of construction of life. And from there, we are building territories of resistance. And this should be a common project to all of us. These are collective and not individual projects based on practical experience. There are many contradictions, indeed. As Janice, we need to also address the contradiction, and there are a potential to be creative and to reconstruct things as it should be. There are experiences that we need to use. This is one of the challenges. I'm talking about political training, the battle of ideas. The role of the House of the Americas. The House of the Americas should be an example of the battle of ideas, and it is a powerful engine to build theories, and but it's also affirmed in concrete realities. The Tricontinental Institute, which has produced from concrete reality another field of work for movements, and we have the schools of political training. We need to use those schools, put them in common, because if we do not form cadres, militant, it is impossible to understand the reality, impossible to build political tools to address the needs of our peoples. And we are already doing this. It's not that we're inventing. It is not a matter of one or two movements or one or two peoples. These are collective experience, very powerful, of peoples in territories, in countries, and we need to put this in a common agenda. all these processes are the basis of values, collective values, which are very important, and they are built on the basis of respect of this common house, the environment, and it was mentioned here, the environmental crisis, where humanity is on the brink of disappearance, and this is the cause of our struggle. So all these experiences are based on the need to defend our common home and the basis for solidarity. If we talk to any commune in Venezuela, they will talk about solidarity, the help among communities, and the construction of values. There is a world with ideological battle is very profound. The capitalist values remained hegemonic. However, all these experiences are doing the best so we can recover the basic common values that we share, like solidarity, mutual respect, where territories need to live without violence, without gender violence, without racism. We still have a lot to do, but we still have experiences of territories where human relations are projected from another perspective. And we need to share these experiences to build a common project for humanity. There are also experiences of food production and to share foodstuffs, defeating the logic of the market. And the Latin American continent, we have this experience, but in other countries as well. So we need to use this agenda as part of our common project. But also, we have many challenges when you talk about this. So we need to think that unity is a challenge in the construction of this common project. As Manolo said, unity based on diversity. But unity is not the result of pure words or the building of consensus. The struggle against FDAA and large mobilizations in the region was the moment in the region we were more united. And unity is only possible if we invite the people to take to the streets and build a massive movement. It's the only way we can build unity to defend a world that is suffering. Another challenge is how to talk, how we can talk to people's working class, which is immersed in this system. So we need to use different approaches. We need to be creative. So go back to grassroots work to help construction this common project for humanity. And another challenge, and we have a lot of experience in this field, namely to introduce internationalism that Cuba taught us after 65 years of a struggle. So for the left in the world, we need to take up internationalism as an ethical, ideological principle. And we cannot talk about a common project if we ignore internationalism. Now, it is not pure solidarity. It's a concrete practice where cooperation and mutual assistance and mutual construction, the understanding of diversity and to learn it through others should be part and parcel of internationalism. And Cuba teaches a lot. They talk about internationalism, which it is not because Cuba is giving away things. No, it's because Cuba is also learning from internationalism. We practice internationalism when we express solidarity with Cuba, Venezuela, with Palestine and Haiti, but we need to go beyond. We need to practice internationalism on a daily basis, beyond pure declarations. And the type of organizations, unity in common organization as a practice, as a daily practice. So the common project, based on what we have identified, is not an easy path. It will be a long journey, but we have accumulated a lot. So the steps of articulation among us, we have an ideological unity. What we have analyzed today, if we do a map of the left of the world present here today, and there is a consensus on the analysis of the juncture, we already have a legacy of concrete experiences in all the continents. And in Latin America, we have a lot to contribute. But we need a large effort of the process of articulation with an ALBA-IP in order to create a project where we can all be involved and with concrete results, because our peoples are immersed in a constant struggle against the model that we have discussed. So I would like to go back to the phrase used so far, Rosa Luxemburgo, socialism or barbarism. So socialism is essential. We have reference with Venezuela, Cuba, and many others. And in the territories, we are trying to build socialism, but it is urgent. Otherwise, barbarism is going to prevail. So we need to internationalize the struggle and the faith. Long live Chavez, long live Fidel. And long live the unity of the peoples. Good evening, good night. We will resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much. We will prevail.